That's an additional photograph of Bill Cole documenting the backside of his hands.
You let him keep his cigarettes, I see.
Yes.
Would you look at 399, please?
It's a photograph to document the palm of Bill Cole's hands,
And 400,
documenting the other palm of Bill Cole's hands.
401,
That's the backside of one of Bill Cole's hands,
and 402.
and a close-up of the backside of the other one of Bill Cole's hands.
Did you see, was there anything about what he said that brought into question any of these, the things you were seeing that you documented?
Can you clarify that?
Well, you took these pictures though, and then you spent an hour, almost 2 hours with him.
Yes.
Did he tell you anything that would have caused you to question the things that you had saw? The blood on the pants, the blood on the front of his pants?
At this point, I was still very concerned with the blood on the pants, and that's one reason for going out to the scene to see if there would be anything that could,
Sure.
substantiate his claims.
Did you see any wounds about his hands? You took several pictures of his hands.
I didn't see any type of defensive wounds or any wounds on his hands.
Didn't see any blood or that you could see.
Correct.
I'm sorry for, almost forgot those, forgive me. So at this point, you speak to him and tell us again at that point, sir, exactly what you did after you concluded that interview.
After I concluded that interview, I went out to the crime scene to do what we call a walkthrough of the crime scene.
And you used all the information Mr. Cole had provided to you as well as what Mr. Allen had said.
Yes.
Sir, what did you do after you walked the crime scene?
After walking the crime scene, I was notified by some members of the violent crime response team that a pair of lace-up style work boots were found in a bedroom that was presumed to be Jordan Allen's bedroom at the time, and that those boots had blood on, what was believed to be blood on the outside of them.
Are you getting updates from the violent crime response team throughout all of this? Or?
Sporadically, I'm getting updates as if something was found that they thought would be significant to help with the interviews, then I was being notified.
And was someone assisting you with all these interviews?
Captain Jeff Davis with the Sheriff's Department was assisting, and then after the initial interview with Jordan Allen and Bill Cole, Agent Blake Ketcherin sat in on the subsequent interviews.
So what happens after you go to the scene, sir?
After I leave the scene, come back to the Sheriff's office, and we conduct a in-depth interview with Jordan Allen.
You didn't Mirandize him the first time.
I did not.
Did you Mirandize him this time?
I did.
Did you go over with him what that meant?
Yes, I read the form to him, explained it to him, and he acknowledged that he understood the form and was aware of his rights.
Did you have any concern that he didn't understand anything you were saying to him or anything that he was reading?
I did not.
Would you look at Exhibit 426? Are you able to identify and explain that exhibit?
That's the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation's warning as to constitutional rights form. That's the form that I read to Jordan Allen before the second interview with him.
All those photographs that we looked at, they are true and accurate as to what you saw.
Yes.
Would you make those exhibits your testimony in case you haven't already?
Yes.
So you read this form to him, you give him the opportunity to read this form.
Yes, he was given the opportunity to look over the form, and he acknowledged that he was aware of his rights and understood and was willing to talk with
Do you have
law
any
enforcement.
questions about the form?
The only question I specifically recall him asking is if he had to actually sign it in cursive writing or just write out his name.
Sir, do you recall what Mr. Allen said to you during this
During this interview, we questioned him similar to what we did with Bill Cole, wanted to know where he was at for the entire day, all the way up until from the time he got up until the time law enforcement arrived.
And did he answer your questions?
He did.
Well, you know what, I could ask you a gazillion questions about this interview. I think we should just play it. 426, would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
Yes.
It'll be fine.
And can we put up 427 for M1? Sir, that disc, have you listened to the contents of that disc, the audio that's on those discs?
Yes, I
That's
have.
on that disc.
Is this audio and
This
visual?
is just audio.
Audio.
Have you listened to that, and is it accurate as to what you yourself heard that day?
Yes.
It's all.
Tracy, did we have the record? Sir, at this time, may we please play the audio?
You can. Everyone stay quiet, please.
We should be able to turn it up.
Take care of, you know, you eat a drink, you good? Well, you like to watch TV? You watch any cop shows or CSI type stuff?
I used to watch CSI.
Okay. So you understand you've seen someone get their rights read to them, if you had your resumes and all that stuff? I'm gonna do that to you right now. You're not under arrest or anything. This is just when we're talking to you, kind of in depth about everything that's happened. We just want to make sure that we do everything right by the book. So before we ask you any questions, you must understand your constitutional rights. You're directly to be silent and need not answer any questions. If you do answer questions, your answers can be used against you as evidence in court. You have the right to consult with a lawyer before or during questioning. If you can't afford a lawyer, one will be provided to you without cost. If you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you will still have to start answering questions at any time until you talk to a lawyer. So basically, in a nutshell, that means that you're okay with talking to us without a lawyer being present, and just because you start talking to us, you can stop talking at any time. You understand all that? Okay. This little waiver part right here says I have read to meet my constitutional rights. I understand what my rights are. I'm going to make a statement in this court.
I forgot, Your Honor, I've got transcripts in case they need it just for an aid.
Okay. They're going to provide you with transcript. Transcripts are not the evidence. The evidence is what you hear. A transcript is only an aid for you to listen to what you're listening to look at it on a type. Somebody listened to it and typed it out. It may not be right, but that's why it's not the evidence. The only thing the evidence is what you hear.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. Say something that's not on there, it's what you hear is the evidence. Play.
Your Honor, I'm sorry to interrupt. I would like to just put on the record that I have not received this particular transcript previously. I agree with the court's ruling as far as that it's not evidence, and I'll review it as we go. I just want that maintained for the record. Thank you.
It's not evidence. Go ahead.
Saying all that, if you don't mind, put your name right there on it, by that X.
That could be encouraging.
How you would do. I know a lot of times they're already teaching cursive in school anymore, are they?
I can do that. Thank you, sir.
That's, what about English?
Yeah, I was just like a couple months ago.
Pass?
I know I'm stepping out, so that's
Yes, pass.
close enough, right?
So you can read and write and all that? Okay.
Well, if you want to move that chair over, so you don't have to turn it. I just don't want you to be uncomfortable, okay?
So what we want to kind of do right now, we kind of want to nail down the timeline and get into some specific things that transpired yesterday. You good with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Where were you eating?
On the very top part.
Above, like at your house there?
Yeah.
Above the barbed wire or by the rocks and stuff?
Down there by the rocks.
So that piece of barbed wire, is that the property line around your house?
Probably not.
Did you stay on the house side of the barbed wire?
Yeah.
So you were just weeding around those rocks?
Yeah.
And stuff. And what time of day was that?
Like, around 2:30.
Okay, so earlier in the day with Brian, Roger,
Right.
Brian,
But I will leave Saturday. Sunday, I went with him to work. But we didn't get to, so we just went, that's something to eat, and we come back.
so yeah, right now it's Monday morning. So yesterday, is that when you were weed eating or that was Saturday?
Saturday,
Okay, so what did you do yesterday?
yesterday, I went to work with him, and then we couldn't do that, so we came back. And then,
When were you supposed to do work with Brian?
Like 5 minutes away, I don't know. I think it's the road chief.
Okay.
It's the road chief.
And do you know what you were supposed to do there?
Pressure wire house.
But you guys didn't get to do that yesterday?
She had her gate locked, so we just turned around and that's something.
Where did you go eat?
The exit 44.
What was off exit 44? Is it like a restaurant that you ate at?
It's just like a little convenience store kind of.
What'd you have? Pizza. Those hamburger pizzas or, yeah.
They're not that bad.
I've eaten a few times. Better than Little Caesars.
So after that, is that when Brian, I'm assuming you want driving, right? So did Brian, after you made the decision, did you bring it back to the house? Do you have any idea what time that was?
Honestly, if I was to guess, I think it was like 12:30, something like that. Because I didn't really pay attention to what time it was.
And when you got home, who all was there?
Me, my mom, mother, and me.
And that's, we're not asking for this, exact time. I go do things all the time, I don't know what time it is, but it's around 12:30 and they're all there. Okay. What was going on at the house?
Nothing much, it was just like fiddling around, trying to fix things, and just finding something to do, trying to stay cool. But it was just that part.
Were you inside, outside, both?
We were outside for the biggest parking, we went outside, and my brother and my grandma, they stayed outside, and they were just sitting there talking about the school, I think it said. And that's the stuff I said last night. That's not really not talking.
Yeah, I know it's rough. But one thing that we do need is we need to try to get some details because, whatever happened, we want to make sure that whoever did something is held accountable. That way they can't ever hurt anyone again, okay? So, you mentioned like the we did stuff. Are you talking about you and your grandpa, you and your brother, or everyone?
Just
You, your
right
grandpa?
out that on my brother.
And if I like doing things, can you give us a specific example of one thing that was like someone cutting grass or someone playing kickball, and what was going on?
Well, like on the black truck, he was fixing the brakes. The brakes went out, so he was fixing the brakes.
On the Ranger?
Yeah. And then we started trying to put the U-joints back in the car because it set up on the hood.
Okay.
And then we were trying to fix the mower because of the Velcro. Other than that, all we did,
And it was fixing the U-joints.
because I don't know what I was doing. I had this stuff on it, exactly the little cast.
It's okay. And do you remember what Pat Ball was wearing? And if you don't, that's fine.
Just like blue jeans and grayish flannel thing.
Okay.
What were you?
I'm wearing my locker, my khakis, and then another green polo for the dog. I wear my green polos now.
Is that something for work? You know, with the greens?
No, it's for my school. You gotta wear outfit. And then I had my boots that are in the back of the black truck, the Ranger. I had those on.
What size shoe you wear?
10 and a half of them.
10.5, 11, here in between.
So, first sheet.
Were you wearing those pants? What pants? You said khakis.
Yeah.
Where are they at now?
You wash it.
I was watching my stuff before I was getting ready to stuff for school.
So when you were washing clothes, where was everyone else at? Were you inside doing that, or?
That ball was in the kitchen and he was just kind of kicking around. I think
front porch of the house, right? Would you come out the back door, kind of where the cars are?
Well, I guess it's the front porch. The one with the,
That actually has
Facing
a
the black blazer. And who all was up on the hill?
just my mom gets, just my other, they did the second home.
What, half all was inside?
I was sitting on the couch, over there, it was,
What was you fixing to eat?
I think something like 8 or something.
Was he cooking on top of the stove, or was he using the oven?
So,
On top of the stove. And look, I know what happened yesterday. Mr. I'm sure helping us out your hands. You love your little brother. You own the little brother. So there's a bond, the brothers. You'll do what's right. Okay? You're doing a great job. All right? If you need water, you need to let us know. Okay? I can tell it's eating up. This is tough, what you're doing. You're doing what somebody should be asked to do, but you're doing it. Okay? We need you to kind of get into some details about what happened next. I know it's tough.
I don't know what kind of place.
That's fine. We'll work through it.
I just know I was sitting there on the couch and I was sitting there just flipping the TV, which if I had to go flipping the TV, I probably wouldn't have heard nothing because I had it on my 50 and it was pretty loud. I was flipping it and then next thing I know I heard just like a little scream and then I started to sit there for a minute and I was just like, didn't realize what it was. I didn't know because Jesse was like always screaming and hollering and playing around. But then I gave it a few more minutes and then I ran out there and then whenever I cut the corner off the concrete porch and then turn left and go up back there and check on them and then they were laying there and I probably just kind of zoomed out from over there.
Where was he at that?
Someone around the house.
Around the house?
Yeah, because whenever I was cutting and I hollered and he just
He was coming to you.
he went back in the house. And then I ran. Because I didn't know if he was going to leave. Still there.
Did he have something with him?
I was 18 and had this just kind of out of there.
This scream that you heard, can you tell the difference between your grandma's scream and your brother's scream?
Not really.
Really?
Because my mom was where she's little. She's kind of
Okay.
pretty.
So you hear two sets of screams?
No, I just took that morning and I ran out there.
So after you hear the scream, how long did you stay inside before you went out?
About probably like a minute and a half, 2 minutes, something like that. I didn't realize it.
Sure. You said you were watching American Figures.
Yeah.
Y'all had cable and you got satellite. I know y'all.
It was like you got an antenna and a cord that would just screw onto the TV.
Okay.
Did you hear any screaming as you went outside, or was all the screaming done?
All the screaming was kind of good. I didn't hear nothing when I went up there. It was just like a bit of a twitch and so.
When you turned the corner of the house, where was your grandpa in relation to your brother, grandma?
I don't know. I just seen him coming running out behind there. I just know he was behind there. So he didn't start running out.
Was he in the area of their bodies?
Yeah.
Did you see him first or the bodies first?
Him first. Because I got about 3/4 of the way and then he ran out. And then whenever I turned over, I looked and then I seen the blood and then I just ran off the second one.
Did you tell anyone else besides us what happened to the house?
I told Brian,
What did you tell Brian happened?
I just told him that I just heard that I was sitting there and I heard a little scream, went out there, and then, which I didn't tell him about enough on the past, but I was just already kind of
took off running, or did you walk, or what?
I turned around, straight down, truck off 10 and started her.
Did you try to check on the road or anything, or
No, I just seen like an air blood and I kind of panicked. Just,
they were laying back behind the house?
yeah, right there as soon as you turn.
Were they face up, face down, on their side, or if you don't know, that's fine too.
I think they were facing down, yes, but I didn't really take that and saw blood.
So you take off, go get in the truck. Was it still daylight?
It was getting dark at like 7:45, something like that, whenever it got in view.
And how do you know it was about 7:45? I'm just,
Because it was 7:40 when I walked out there, so I figured it'd be like 7:45 or something. I don't know exactly, 7:45.
and I was just wondering if there's like, you know, you look at your watch or playing on your phone or something to do, but it's about that time. It wasn't pitch black dark, but it wasn't real
It
daylight.
was getting dark. It was kind of like dusk a bit. That's all.
And what happened after you got in the black truck? What did you do?
I put it around, took the emergency brake off, it just got the direction to the drive. And I floored it out of there. And then I went down my neighbor's road. Like if you go straight, she lives on Swan Road. I went down through there, and then my friend lives like 15 minutes away from my aunt's house, and I'm trying to figure out how to get there. Because he always told me if I need anything, I could come there. He gets somewhere to stay or stuff. And I kept looking for there. I was looking for it for like 2 hours, and then I went over to the Little Caesars. You got some to eat. And then, well, actually, I forgot. I went to the gas station first because I got my cord food on. Sorry to get that because I was almost dead.
And is that your phone or backup? What gas station is that?
The one right after Peach Man. I don't know the name of it, but it's like a little marathon.
You said Pizza Inn?
Yeah, right after Peach Man.
So that Fort Ridge,
No, it's okay.
that's the one they just remodeled there at Kingsport, at the intersection of Kingsport Highway. Right in the crossroads of Polaris too,
Yeah.
four wheelers side to side and stuff.
I think it's
It's one there at the intersection of Kingsport Highway.
Where was the phone? Did you grab the phone before you left? Did you have it with you in your pocket?
no, I found it after I stopped at those Caesars and I was sitting there and I was moving things around. So I could set my pizza down. And when I lifted it up to move a console, it was stuck down there. I just picked it up and went to Walmart and called the chance guy to see if I could stay at his house or anything. And then I couldn't stay at his house, so he gave the Brian's number and I called Brian. And Brian said that for me to drive straight home from there and pull the truck in the driveway and then meet him at the bar.
When you talked to Brian on the phone, did you tell him what had happened?
No, I didn't tell him what had happened until after we got to his house. Because I was trying to get him with it.
Place to stay.
Yeah. I waited until his wife went to the house so that anyone scare her or anything. And then I told him. And then he went back down there. I sat in the truck. When he got out, cleaned up. I agreed with him.
Your temple's working on all the trucks and lawnmower. What are some of the tools he was using?
We were using like a hammer. We were using a hammer and then we was using a pair of vice grips. I think they're called channel locks. Yeah, we was using them. I think that's about it other than that. like the,
Did it have prongs or was it one solid piece?
I think it has a little gap in it where it
Wheels, do you know where that came originally?
When you were inside watching TV, was that all still outside working on?
No, we had finished working on that, and it was just kind of, and they tried to pull it off, he was in one room, and then I was in another, so I didn't make enough, I didn't think I'd go to check to see if he's still there, so, didn't go, went out there, while I was stepping on the couch,
So you didn't see that one inside when you heard the scream?
you know,
The headphones you bought at Walmart, they kind of, you see those headphones sitting there, were they similar to that?
No,
Or
they
were
were-
like little earbuds?
they were just a little $1 pack of bar there,
Much better than
because I like to sit there, I like to listen to music, calm myself down,
sometimes you can listen to.
I listen to rap.
Do you? That usually gets me pumped up.
You know, I just gets me to like,
Who's your favorite artist?
keep going.
I don't even know who that is. I'm
He's dead.
the Lil Wayne generation, so.
I like to do that.
Uh,
I like to wait.
Yeah. Can't know that.
Other than your cowboy boots at home and the black shoes you have on, how many other pair of shoes do you have?
I think I had just one pair of like mid steel toe boots that I use whenever I work with phone. Because I used to have a guy tailor for phone stuff.
Are those pull-ons or those lace-ups? Lace-ups.
Did you have those on at all yesterday?
I don't wear them much anymore because they broke the crap out of your toes.
What about, and you said when you left that your pants were in the washer? Did you see what type of shoe you have behind on yesterday?
Use the same pair of boots and old things. Dirty brothers.
So did the steel toe boots, did Apple have those on yesterday?
No, you can't wear them. They're too small.
What size are they?
They're skinny up there.
So you can't wear the steel toe boots? Okay. And, did you have a pair of headphones at your house that were similar to the, is that your bedroom where they were found? Is that where you keep all your stuff? So you keep it strung throughout the house? Do you know where those steel toe boots were? In your room? Do you know what brand they are?
push a person to that point.
Probably like being aggravated and stuff, like. That's just how.
Have you been aggravated that day? But you joint giving him fits?
No, I mean, he got a little mad over the mowing not working because he's put like $200 worth of bells on in the last month, so. Other than that, I don't think he was that bad.
Kind of where we're at, but it's, there's two people that are there. You know what I'm saying?
From Chicago, could be, there's only two people left there according to you and him, other than your mama and your brother, okay? There's gonna be your story, there's gonna be his story, and also there's gonna be the story, you said you watch CSI. TV show is a little bit exaggerated, but we basically have what Tennessee Bureau of Investigation's equivalent to CSI is out there on the scene right now. We have our violent crime response team out there processing evidence. And what they're going to do in processing that evidence is there's going to be DNA, fibers, all kinds of analysis that needs to be done. And in that analysis, we're going to have a pretty good idea. Actually, not pretty good idea. We're going to know who did what based off of our analysis. Okay? Because there's going to be DNA in certain places that would only be there by the person who did this. You understand that? Okay? So, we may never be able to tell, you know, the why of this incident, but we'll be able to tell the who and what happened. You understand that? Okay. I'd like for the truth to be told here, because I'm going to tell you the truth. Is there anything that you didn't tell us that's going to be revealed from our forensic testing? Because now's the time to tell us, because we've got to be able to, if your DNA is in certain places, or you participated in something or did something, we're going to be able to find that out. But,
Okay. I didn't want to say it because I thought it didn't go trouble. I said it, but I knew that it was still was on. I kind of like it. I had them on whenever that I found them, and I went over and kind of dug it to see if they're moving. If I said that, I think about that. So,
Listen, don't think about you, don't think about, we need the truth. We need to know what happened. Okay? So Gerald said, we're going to piece it together. I can tell you right now, the body's removed. 100%. We already knew that.
there's going to be DNA on places you will remove them. Okay? And all we want here is the truth. No matter what it is, we're going to be here to try to help you get through it, no matter what happened. Okay? And like I said, we can say all day long what happened. We'll be able to do that with science, and that won't vary. The only thing that we can figure out is why this happened. Okay? And I think with you being there, I don't want you to withhold anything from me about, wearing these boots or what happened, because we've got to be able to explain everything that's happened and all the evidence. Okay? So, were those your boots? Okay. Let me tell you a couple other things. I'm gonna lie to you, and I told you I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be straight up. On those boots, we have scientists that will be able to tell based off the blood pattern on those boots whether or not it's concussion, whether or not it's blood transfer, whether or not it's blood spatter, whether or not it's from an like you can tell a cast off. If you stab and hit something, you know, we have scientists that will be able to tell based on that blood pattern what happened. Okay? And I'm not that scientist, but we have them out there looking now. So if I step out of this room and call that, are they gonna tell me that's blood transfer, or are they gonna tell me that could be from something else?
They should say blood transfer, so whatever you say, the transfer. Because I'm not aware of this, that's hard to kill the body.
Did you move the bodies?
No. Didn't get well, not moving, I think the head. To see,
Pick their head up?
yeah, I think Jesse's head.
And then, look, I understand. You're trying to help your little brother. I get it. So, how did your boots get back inside? You did it.
That's it.
So let's back up a little bit. Because what I'm here is the truth. And you know what the truth is. And if you passed your papa on the side of the house, you didn't run directly into the truck. Okay? There's some things that aren't adding up here. And for the sake of your Mama and Jesse, we need to know the real truth and everything that happened.
I went and seen him after he ran. And whenever I nudged him, they didn't move. And then I picked up his head to see if his eyes were open or anything. And then after that, after I seen it wasn't, I ran in the house, put my boots down, put my black shoes on, and put my, took these off, or my khakis off. Put these on.
Where'd you put your khakis?
I just threw them down. They're actually after right in front of my baby.
So are they not the washer?
No, well, one of my pairs are. I couldn't remember which one I wore, so. I've got two pairs of the exact same thing, so.
So after this happened, you didn't stay around the house long enough to put them in the washer?
No, I put them in the washer before that.
Okay. But the pair you had on are in your room next to the boots?
Yeah.
Okay. Why would you change your clothes?
Because they're nasty, and I was going to be able to pull them out and all that. And I don't smell for odors and all that. I don't smell good. So I always like to get something to do with parents and clothes. It's just, I always like it.
Where was your pack?
Like whenever I ran back in, I just didn't pay attention. I just got my room.
So you're telling me that you believe that your papa just killed his wife and his grandson? And you didn't think, maybe try to figure out what this murder was?
I didn't.
When they turned, that you were next.
Not really, because I know like he came at me. I did defend myself. But it's just not really that big. So, yeah, I used to box and stuff all the time. So, but after that, I just kind of, I let go take the chances. So,
Where's the hammer at you?
honestly,
There's, like I said, I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm gonna be truthful. And I would hope that you're gonna start doing the same. There's some stuff here that just doesn't add up. If you're so concerned about your brother, you go over there and check on him. Instead of calling 911, you drove right past your mama's sister's house. You're trying to go to a friend's house. You go buy pizza. You go to Walmart. There's several things that really are puzzling that we need to get through. But, you know, why wouldn't you, when you realize you had a phone, call 911?
second one came to trouble. It's like, that's all. Big old thing. To get in trouble. I don't know if she get in trouble once. Still have alcohol.
Okay. So, you're concerned enough to leave because you're scared of him. Is that right? You're scared of what he done. Why did you come back? Why would you just drive straight to Brian's house? Why wouldn't you have Brian come pick you up at Walmart?
Because I didn't want to drive that way. So he said just to meet up there, so I dumped the truck. Exactly. Pretty good way, and he lives all the way in Palmer, so. It would have been smarter to do that. I said, they got him, so.
Buddy Drive was at least a little longer. Did you shave your shirt too at the house?
Yeah, I didn't have one on, I just threw it on.
So you didn't have a shirt on at all? When you found him?
I didn't have a shirt on, because I was in the house, and it was hot, so I took it off.
You do understand that based off of your pants, your shoes, and your brother and Manuel's body, that we're going to be able to tell, I'm not lying to you, we're going to be able to tell what happened to him.
I don't understand.
Now's not the time to protect your people. Okay? People have done what they've done. People are going to be held accountable. Now's the time to start telling the truth. Okay?
No matter what the truth is,
I don't care if you went out and you smoked a joint at Walmart. I don't care if you went and you used a fake ID at the gas station. None of that shit matters. Okay? What matters is a 7-year-old little boy that is dead. Your grandmother is dead. We've got to do something. We're the only one that holds the key to that. So, you said you loved your grandmother, you loved your older brother, and I understand that you love your grandpa. Now's not the time to protect people. We've got 2 people that are not with us. Okay? For other boys' sake, tell us what happened.
it tells the truth about it.
All the way through, start back from the beginning. And all the way through, don't hold anything back. If you're in a stop sign, tell me. Okay? It doesn't matter. Just
Change your clothes to him. If you witness it, tell me. If you did something, tell me. You look at mom, she's probably be pretty hard to know this isn't she. For the sake of your mom, your little brother, and Manuel, just tell us the truth.
After I seen all that, and I got in the house, changed clothes, put my other shoes on, put all my clean clothes on, and then left. I was doing like 9 the whole way, pretty much. Except for like curves and stuff, I slowed down. And then once I got like out of the back roads, I started driving speeding because I was afraid of cops. Then when I went down there, I said it after I went to the gas station. I got all my stuff that I got there, which was like gun, charger thing, and then charger, and then I think I got 2 drinks, and then when we got to pizza, sat there for like 15 minutes because the pizza wasn't done. And I pulled out of there after I got my easy go. And when I pulled out of there, I went straight down to the Walmart, and I sat there for like an hour and a half, something like that. And then I went in and I called people, and then I bought the things. Went on home.
And when you got back home, did you go back in the house at all? Did you see her back home when you got home?
Which is why I started. And then I got my drink, dropped the phone, and then dropped the pizza, so I threw it over. And then I got in the truck, we went by, and then turned back around, and then whenever we went by, he was just sitting there waiting with a smile on his face. And that was it.
So he's waving like nothing ever happened.
Yeah.
Does that not piss you off?
Yeah, I put him on. So I was just
be some screws. There's some, I mean, and they were put over off to the side of the house there. Did you help put them over to the side of the house?
I don't think it's where they,
Did you ever touch your manhole?
other than food, like I'm moving, but
Was your foot or your hand?
my hand hurt,
Where at?
just right on the back, right here. I shiver like that. See, she's not moving or anything.
Did she? Were you outside with your brother and Mamaw and Papa inside by himself at all? Before this happened, you weren't hanging out up on the hill with him, he was inside cooking?
Thanks so much. Just right as soon as you went in, I went in, and they stood out there.
Were they just like to hang out up there together, or?
That was kind of surprising to a point, because usually they don't talk a whole lot, but Jesse's been trying to get better on talking. She actually tried to get better on not fussing and all that, so. And I'm not being, which I think she had Alzheimer's, or whatever it's called. And I think she was like, she would get nervous real easy, and she would kind of like nag to a point, but she would get better on that. She was trying to talk to me about school and stuff.
You being in control of school,
Not lately, he did there for a while, but he's been straightening up, trying to work on his sleep and stuff.
pretty good kid. What was your all's relationship like?
Mine and his, it was kind of awkward to a point, because we're my half brother, and it was just kind of, whoever has such an age difference, we didn't play a whole lot, but every once in a while, run around and stuff like that, or play cards and stuff like that, but he ordered well over things.
You need to drink the water or anything? You want to go get you something? Normal family break, dude.
Well, when you're trying to break it down or early, there's a lot of stuff, you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of stuff. It's just, don't add up. Talk to your alcohol, they talk to you. And, I can't wrap my head around seeing my little brother like that. When we get the pizza. You see what I mean? It just seems kind of, I just feel like I'm holding something back. I feel like my sophomore, I wouldn't be surprised if he sit there and he told us that he saw the whole thing. It wouldn't surprise me. And I understand how we're going with it. There's so much to say. You saw.
All I didn't see him, I just heard smacks and everything.
suspect, but you're only two people there, so somebody did it, somebody saw it. I mean, that's pretty much, we're just trying to put everybody where they need to be. I probably saw something. And you confirmed you did see the after the kid, but I just don't want you to put yourself in the bind for your grandfather. He's lived a life, his whole life. I don't want you to throw yours away and try to protect him. Okay? This is the only, like Gerald was saying, whoever it was very sloppy. They left a lot behind. But we'll know. Here after a while, somebody's going to come and help us swallow your cheeks. Okay? We'll get your DNA standard and all that. We ran against all the evidence that they're out there collecting. I think they're well over 100 pieces of evidence. Okay? A lot. So, that's why we're asking. Where did you touch it? Specific. Because we need to be able to answer for everything that pops up. I can tell you every movement didn't need to rise. I can tell you exactly how it answers score. Trying to sleep up there. So. Got back to it. It's back to sleep today. Big road. Jordan, are you sure you're watching American Pickers? Did not know that. When all this happened, I know you said you were kind of channel surfing, but at that time, just trying to get the tone down, but that, when you were watching American Pickers, that's the time when you started, heard the screaming and the thuds. Was the thuds first, or was the scream first, or was it kind of
for the, honestly, probably his cars, maybe his cars, or he got rid of the $3 phone things. What a bill on. That's about it. Probably his favorite.
You think that's what he was playing with?
Possible. I was kind of by myself and all was on there. Sure.
Does he have a lot of toys? A lot.
Well, I used to have one, but he likes to crush and stuff. So he crushes happy stories.
While you guys were working on the project, was he down there at any point?
Yeah.
What was he playing with then?
His little, I think he's playing with his phone.
So he was playing with the phone. You and your grandfather were there working on the project. Say, did you have to have hammers or some bolts that was getting fixed? To fix that thing out? Just being, how was it being down there when y'all were working? I know little ones can be annoying sometimes.
Just kind of cell phones. Everybody climbing is kind of being,
Almost zero, it's annoying.
it was just getting kind of blown out of it, come home. Like was trying to work. But other than that, it was all just doing it on the finger. And then I was inside the vacations at that time. Creative vacations or something like that, I think.
had a bathroom break for a while.
Jurisdiction parts. Jurisdiction.
People hadn't had a bathroom break, we've been at this for over 2 hours without a break, huh? And how many times, I'm small, really?
38 minutes.
That's the end of it.
That's what it says.
Okay, all right, we'll get finished.
Places where
If this is what you're asking, we'll work all of Green County, anything that's in Green County.
so like I'll keep it following and stuff.
Well, there's a little bit of fall branch that's in Green County. It's considered fall branch, that's the mailing address. I got rid of all this, bring it back, so that's actually considered fall branch. So we can do that. Anything that's inside Green County.
I didn't know if that was kind of, didn't know what it was, it was where.
Going all right, Jordan? So, what? I had to go out and make a couple of phone calls and check on a few things. So, David Catcher here told me that I now remember here some thumps. But you were inside? Yeah. Did you put out the volume of the TV up to 50?
Not that.
Okay. One of the things I was doing was I went out there and I made a phone call with the people that are out at the scene right now with the boots. And like I said, I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm totally be truthful here. That blood didn't get on the boots the way he said. Okay? I wasn't out there, so I can't tell you how it happened, as in who was standing where and what, but I can tell you that it was not from touching the body. That blood pattern on both shoes, that's not true.
That's what I need to say.
brother.
Yeah, I don't rather than picking up all the time.
Just pick it,
Something, nothing correctly.
serve it over.
See issues. I got it.
I thought you told me that you lifted your brother's head up to look too.
I noticed it with my foot picking at it. But like,
Where did you notice his leg, his arm, what?
his head,
His head?
was good.
Did it roll back?
Yeah, rolled back to where it was.
Okay. Was there? Did you pick, how did you pick up your manual?
I just grab your button there, make sure, let's figure it.
Okay.
Just kind of weird, it's like that. Let's just say.
Jordan, you definitively said earlier that you picked your brother's head up.
I don't get it. I didn't picture it.
So you're telling me that you love your brother. And all you're willing to give him is a boot.
I don't think it might be blood.
So you're more concerned about getting blood on your hands. Not checking to see if your brother is alive.
You definitively told us that you use your hand. Because I backed off a little bit. I wasn't asking about going in to wash your hands or anything. You definitively said that you picked his head up and you motioned with your hand over it.
I must have still or something, because I'm very sure. I'm sorry. But I'm trying my best not to look at you, so.
And that's what we want. We want the truth in here. And you see, every time we go through this, you come off a little bit more, a little bit more. And we talk to your grandfather, and there's a lot of things that aren't adding up. And you said it yourself, you don't want to get your grandfather in trouble. But now's not the time to protect him. Okay? If you've seen anything, or you saw Papa move bodies or hit someone, or he told you to help, and you did because you were scared, or something happened, or you were standing there, and you don't want to get Papa in trouble. I mean, look, I understand that you don't want to get him in trouble. He's about one of the only, all you got. But you've got to tell the truth on this. There's stuff that is not adding up. Okay?
I helped him move, so I got it much. Because I don't know why.
And look, I just want you to tell the truth here. I don't want you to say anything that's not true. I don't want you to say anything that you think that we want to hear.
I don't understand.
Okay? You do understand that. That I don't want you to say something that's not true just because you think that's what we want to hear. All we want is the truth. And I can tell by looking off of those shoes, there's a difference between blood transfer and blood spatter and stuff called cast off or casting. There's a distinct difference between how that blood looks. And it looks different on your shoes. Okay? And that doesn't mean that you've done something. That doesn't mean that Papa's done something. But we just want the truth, Jordan. And I think we're getting very close to it because every time it's like we're chipping away. You tell a little bit more, you tell a little bit more, you come off of a little bit more. And I mean, I know that you don't want your grandfather in trouble. And I know that because you told me that. But if he's done something to her, we have to know everything. Okay? We have to be able to help you. If your grandfather's done this to your little brother, Emmanuel, there's a chance that he can do it to you, he can do it to someone else. Okay? But we want, I mean, you're a young man, we want to put you in the best position we can to succeed in life. Okay? So if something's happened out there, now's the time to tell us what happened, and tell us the whole truth. Okay? And that's all I want. I want to make it clear. Don't tell me something because you think I want to hear it. I just want to hear the truth, no matter what it is, no matter if it's did something to your brother, or Papa did something to your brother, you guys did it together, no matter what happened, even if you did do it, Jordan, we need to be able to get you help, okay? If that's something that happened out there, there's services that we can help provide, there's counseling, okay? Even if you didn't do it, just witness it, there's services, there's counseling that we can provide you for that. So I'm gonna give you another opportunity here to just, if there's anything that you didn't say, you're not gonna be in trouble if you told me 100 lies today, okay? You're not in trouble for anything, you're not in trouble for buying nicotine, you're not in trouble for driving without a license, okay? We have a clean slate here, and all we want is the truth about what happened to your little brother and your family, okay? Is that something that you can tell us now?
Like I said, I didn't see it happen, I just went out there, kind of after her about that. But because of the way they were laying, it was just, wasn't right.
Okay. Where were they laying, Jordan?
Jesse was right there, the Bronco, and the grandma was face down somewhere under that.
And how did you help them move them?
I just kind of held on a little bit, like, I tried to get all things.
Okay? And this is rough, and I appreciate you telling the truth, okay? But did you grab their feet? Did you grab their hands? Did you grab their head? More specifically on the body, were you holding? And more specifically on the body, was your alcohol holding?
I was just kind of, I think I had a hand leg, I think I had like some part of the shirt, I can't remember exactly where.
Was that on Jesse or was that on your grandma?
Jesse had kind of told me, I said, "This is good, grab me." I just said that.
Okay. What did Papa tell you happened? Because I know there was some type of talk about something that happened, buddy. And I know it's rough.
He just said, "You're running through the trail. You must have back to run." So she said that she was walking down the hill and asleep.
That's what Papa told you?
Which I didn't believe. But it's still that.
Did you take anything from the house? You didn't throw the hammer out the window on the way to go wherever? And you said it was a hammer with a white tip, is that what you said? That we had to know
It's
about?
black.
What do you do with that?
I don't see that. I didn't see that part.
Did he have the hammer with him whenever you went outside?
I didn't see. He already kind of had hold of it.
He was
Oh,
over.
he had a hold of it when he went outside.
Jesse. He was carrying Jesse first.
Remember what I said about the truth? And the truths? Just a minute ago, you said when we went outside, Jesse was laying there down by the wrong.
Yeah, he was. He was over there, started to pick him up, take him.
And you didn't ask what happened or what's wrong?
Was there a conversation about maybe we should call out people? Why?
On Saturday, call me, I'll take it, I'll get in trouble. And I wouldn't.
You know, when things go to issue in trouble, it's fine. Look, man, what's wrong with you? Rope after rope, we're trying to save you here, okay? Doing everything we can. We've been in here for probably an hour. And it's taken us this long to get to this. So what was the real conversation with your grandpa?
That was it. That was all.
The big thing?
Yeah.
Both.
I heard Jesse fell, and I'm all like, sleep, let me go, smack her head up.
Where's Mama injured?
Back on the back of the head.
Where's Jesse hurt?
Probably a little bit hurt.
So you think that it happened from the fall? You seem like a pretty smart guy.
So that's why I said I didn't believe
That's all you were leaving, or did he tell you to leave?
Said go, so, because he was trying to keep me out of any trouble, so trying to keep him out of any trouble, so that's why I didn't call him. So I just,
Did you have that conversation with him about trying to keep each other out of trouble?
like, maybe that's what he was doing there, he told me.
Did he tell you he was inside and change your clothes?
I did that.
Okay, will you still tell us if you weren't wearing a shirt, or did you have a shirt on too?
I didn't think sure. And that's what
What did you say?
he did. Just told me to leave. Just got clothes on.
Did Papa change clothes?
He did while I was there. But I've seen him. It didn't look like he was wearing the same thing. But
I called him and said never talked to him.
he held this up all the time. He was trying to keep us up on the go. He said,
You say whatever you want, there, buddy.
Are you mad at him? Just a little bit.
Like all other times, what makes me mad about it most is it's like, he's kicked me out 4 times over and over, because he just struck me very much. And then, most of the time, like, the Brian guy was wearing my last call. I stayed there and he asked me if he kicked him out, he always denies it. Like, just, makes me look bad. So,
This is what being better right now. Look at the position you're in. I don't think he's done you any favors. So what else are you holding back?
that's,
You gotta do something.
I promise you that. That's,
So let's replay it again. You're in the house. You're looking through. American Figures is on. You're at a lull. Volume is down at this point because you're channel surfing, I guess.
yeah, you're looking down, like, whenever you turn, if you go to music, too much.
I get that. That makes sense. At that point, you hear,
The thuds,
so you're hearing thuds and screams.
Did you hear 2 different sets of screams or 2 different distinct screams? Like, could you tell if it was,
maybe one was like, I just heard one, so.
did you hear any words? Did you hear Papa yelling?
I just heard kind of like a
And then you go outside from there. Tell me again what you saw.
so there's one out, Jesse's over there, the front coat, I didn't see him all the time. But, I think she was like, crying. That the old well thing, she was right over there, and I didn't look at that boat. I just went straight to Jesse, because that's why I kind of picked up. I just kind of,
Was Jesse saying anything at that point?
she was like, pushing me back. So, yeah,
Did you, why did you go up towards the, you described it as the well thing, what led you up there?
she was like,
Did you see her? Did you follow your Papa? He didn't say anything at all to you?
he didn't say anything, he didn't turn back, where we go. All that.
What was it that he said?
He just told me, just kind of keep my eye closed. So, well,
See?
after he told me to go,
He was over there earlier, he told us earlier, he said he fell.
I out there beside the wheelhouse, and it's kind of usually slippery. But,
So kind of about the question, you just went outside and helped see them,
yeah,
Jesse laying there moving, and you helped,
I wish
they didn't ask for help, or,
just kind of, just kind of,
and then once you put your bodies over there,
I went to change clothes. So,
you said that that all would keep your mouth shut.
I said, go on, try some good stuff.
Okay.
Makes a little more sense.
Sorry for that.
But I know this is the situation that you shouldn't be in. You don't deserve to be in this situation. There's adults that have put you in a situation that's unfair to you. Okay? It's not your fault. Okay? And when I say that we're here to tell the truth and help you, that's what we're here to do. You're going through something that no 16-year-old should have to. But unfortunately, you are. We're going to try to help. Okay? And so Papa told you to leave, keep your mouth shut, find somewhere to stay.
That's why I called her and I said,
Okay. Why did you bring the truck back to the house?
because that was the Ryan guy, I called him Walmart, he said, for me to meet him at the barn. Before I got there, they dropped the truck right there, the little concrete part. That way I could run there because he lives all the way in Palmer, and I was all the way there.
Okay. So he thought he was picking you up at the house, where he told you to meet him at your house?
No, I was gonna drop the truck off there, I was gonna walk to the barn, but he kind of met me halfway, because I was driving a little slower. He told me that he'd give me 20 minutes to get there, and he'd leave his house. I was driving pretty slow, because I was afraid to get the car. He was already there, and he backed out, and I met me halfway after I threw pizza and stuff, and then he asked me what I threw, and I told him pizza out there.
Why did you throw that stuff?
Because it failed, it was already finished. And I was trying to hurry up and get out of there. Because he was running up the driveway.
So Papa was over in the driveway when you parked the truck.
Yeah, because he don't like burn. Never burn there. I don't want to get involved.
What do you think your Papa would have done if he caught you in the driveway? I guess who was remaining to you? Was that
That's my name.
your Nana? Did she call you?
Yeah. I lost it.
Okay.
And they have to call Daddy, so
Okay. When she called you, what did she ask you, or what did she say to you?
she asked me where it was.
And what did you say?
I said in town. She said where it was at. I was on my way to these places after I stopped at the gas station.
You didn't tell her you were at the house or anything?
Well, yeah, I told her at the house. After I said it. And then go to the house. But I didn't say at the house.
Okay. Was anyone else there when your Nana called you?
I couldn't say. She just answered. It was like a 15-second call. And I said, it was a lot sick. And I was trying to drive. It's not real smart trying to drive and watch your phone. So I kind of swerved another way, so I did lots of cut out and decided to move on down to the bottom, trying to fall back.
You need some more water?
Did you tell Ryan or Ryan or anybody that your papa killed him with a hammer?
I told her I killed her.
temporary. Feel better? Feel good? Seriously. If you need to. Keep some more stalled up. I did give you that name. Just any of the things that I had with you. Sure, it's in his property. What did you have with it? I had the charger, the plug for the truck. Yeah. Which I'll probably get the ladder. You can cut that. Okay. But I think I'm going to take it out. What are they putting going on? Like, everywhere, it's here. Well, I don't know, probably wet. All I can tell you is I'm sure it's a little bit of. It's not a holiday Inn. No. Not even sure compared to the Super 8. How long you do? Since you did boxing?
I did it for 8th grade freshman.
Is that something that's been on at school or is it just did?
Just did it. DCS is still working on some things, so I don't know if we want to take it back, and we go back down or to the workhouse until they figure out.
We probably do that, it just means temporary, just till they find the place, I mean, you're not gonna be standing behind it or anything like that.
You all right with that, bud?
Yes.
You want me to get somebody?
Is there anything on specific rules, because I just said that, last time, I was like, oh,
That's pretty much it.
I had no problem with that, like,
I talked to them down there, I don't see why they had a problem with that.
Yeah, I'm good with that. Look, I know, this has been a whirlwind for you, I understand that, so if you get down there and think of, man, I should have told them that, don't hesitate, tell someone, come down and talk to you, bring you back up here, do whatever we need to do, because there might be something that, you know, you just sit down there and all of a sudden it pops in your mind, oh man, why the heck did I tell them that, or oh hey, I remembered this, because you might remember something that you've completely forgot, so if that happens, you know, when you make sure you tell someone down there, I need to talk. You know, all right?
Just hanging here for a second, I think we can.
So would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
Yes.
That's 427, right?
427, put in more.
We're in one. I'll let it be filed, and I'm gonna file, gather up all the transcripts, put them as a collective exhibit, which are not evidence. And that is collective exhibit 497. What else right now?
Sir, I didn't know if you wanted to give him a break, we can go.
Yeah, but it's lunch, it's right at lunchtime, and his cross-examining will be lengthy probably,
There's still quite a bit of direct.
so you've got more direct.
Absolutely.
Okay. It's time for a break, because we hadn't had a break, we've been here since 9 o'clock, I think, we've covered a lot of ground. Let's just go ahead and break now for lunch, let's try to be back at 10 till 1. 10 to 1, so that gives you about an hour and 5 minutes. So 10 till 1, we'll start back.
All right.
Yes, and it was using my visual observations from the scene to assist me in the second interview of Bill Cole.
Did you get with Mr. Cole pretty good? Did you question him hard about the blood on his pants?
Questioned
At
him
the
hard.
bottom of his pants?
Yes, I did.
Did you obtain Mr. Cole's socks?
Through the course of that interview with Mr. Cole, we did obtain his socks.
How'd you obtain those?
As I was questioning Mr. Cole as to what happened, I let him know that it was very concerning, the blood stain on the bottom of his pant leg, and it did not make sense that he would, based off my observations at the scene and the blood that was in the yard and near the Bronco, I didn't feel there was enough volume of blood to cause a stain like that on the back of his pants. And that's when we had learned that Mr. Cole was not wearing shoes during one of the trips he made from the house out to the Bronco to look for his cell phone. And then he raised his foot up and showed us that the bottom of his sock also had a reddish brown stain on it.
Did Mr. Cole volunteer you to that?
He did.
Now, earlier you had taken his clothes. At that time, sir, did you take the boots he had on?
His boots were collected too.
Did they, was there anything about those boots that caused you any concern?
Nothing initially, and that was another thing that led me to be concerned about the blood on the back of his pants. I had thought that there should be subsequent blood on the back of the shoe there too, and I didn't see any of that.
Can we look at Exhibit 403? Just tell the members of the jury if you can identify that photograph.
Those are the socks that were recovered from Bill Cole during his second interview.
Can we look at 404, please?
That's the sock, and specifically the blood on the bottom of the sock.
Sir, do you recall which sock that was?
It was the same sock. It corresponded with the pant leg that had the blood on the back of it.
You saw it while it was on his foot.
Yes.
405?
That's Mr. Cole's other sock that does not appear to have any blood on it.
Sir, are all those photographs true and accurate as what you yourself observed?
Yes.
You make those exhibits you testify.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall about how long that second interview was with Mr. Cole?
Approximately an hour.
Did you go over, did you ask him each and every question concerning the information as it relates to what you had learned from Mr. Allen, as well as what you knew that had been uncovered from the scene?
Yes.
And were you still receiving information?
Towards the end of the interview with Bill Cole, or shortly after the interview with Bill, the second one ended, I did receive information from the crime scene that a hammer had been located inside the bedroom of Jordan Allen.
So what'd you do at that point, sir?
At that point, we decided we needed to conduct another interview with Jordan Allen.
What time was that?
I would approximately 2:30 p.m.
Approximately 2:25. Does that sound about right?
That sounds correct.
Would you, Miss Allen, now were the same people present for this interview?
Yes, it was
By
Captain.
yourself? Or
It was Captain Jeff Davis, Special Agent Blake Ketcher, and myself.
did you record this interview like you did the last one?
Yes.
Would you look at Exhibit 428 for N1? Please tell the members of the jury whether you can identify that exhibit.
That's a disc that contains the audio recording of the third statement from Jordan Allen.
Judge, at this point, can we
Play it.
play that statement? Can we, I don't know if Miss Allen needs to, I've got transcripts, Your Honor, that we can pass out like we did last time.
Transcripts are not evidence. Somebody listen to it, it's just an aid to help you, just like if you had some kind of headphones or something, it's an aid. but the actual evidence is the recording.
Should be one for the judge too.
You got this one, you want to trace it.
We have to do it. I've got another one.
Ready to start it? Make sure you got you stay right there in case we need to report for that.
When we talked last time, I read the rights to you, and you signed that form. You still understand all that, and you want me to read it back up again, explain it to you? Okay. I've said one minute that we just want the truth. Okay? And after processing the crime scene, talking to your pal, talking to Brian, talking to Jermaine, it's pretty clear what's happening. Okay? To get these up, we know what's happening. Okay? If what we want is the truth, then it's time to tell the truth. Okay? I'm not going to beat around the bush. It's time to tell the truth. There's a 7-year-old boy and your man dead, your little brother's dead. It's time to tell us what happened. Okay? You gonna tell? Just like right now, it's time.
Like, taking this off the test.
The truth, George.
What do you think we got in your,
Promises.
What else is the on your room?
That she
you're using a lot of qualifying words, Jordan? You know what that means? It means you're lying. You kind of agree with that. That helps. Wow. Why would you?
just kind of,
You were just kind of mad.
just kind of,
You're sad.
Jordan, what did you find in your room other than your boots? Where did you put it? You know what you just done? Probably the hardest thing you've ever had to do in your life. And I appreciate you telling us the truth now, Jordan. Okay? Look, brother, you gotta tell us what happened. You gotta tell us the truth. Are you ready to do it now? I know this is gonna suck. Tell us what the heck happened.
We're sitting there, and I was gonna play stuff. Me and I got into kind of this, just because of the way she was, just kind of picky and stuff like that. And I kind of actually made that negative.
You gotta tell us what happened. And pellets to add?
Just to the outside, like I'm all back over the inside. And then I was dragging, and I did that, and then
What
I'm
did
on
you
the
do,
outside.
what did you do to Jesse?
I smacked him in the head.
How many times? Where? Where were you at with that? Okay. Freaked out? When was you in your mouth on? Where was she at? Was she by the Bronco too, or what? When she seen Jesse, was she running back inside? Was she running towards you or towards Jesse? Did Val ever come outside?
People were in that side, which is different. Did you think about doing it?
Did you move the bodies by yourself?
Explain to me, have you ever gotten anywhere like this before?
I usually, I used to a lot. I just, get here in my head with the same stuff. Like that.
We were talking about that, we were earlier, talking about how you've been doing better, right? What was different about today?
It was just like a whole lot of stuff going on.
So you go,
I just said, like stress and everything. I guess it's back.
Find it, brother. So what was your plan next? You moved the bodies, put them on the side of the house,
I just let it
change shoes, change pants, right?
just shut up.
Where was the phone?
It was
Where was the phone?
in the house.
It was in the house.
was there ever one from Mr. Bronco?
What do you think about it?
Like I said in the beginning, we wanted nothing but the truth today, and I know it was hard for you to tell us, and I appreciate you telling me. I wasn't, just lying to you when I said, now that you told us the truth, we can try to start, at the end of the process, and start trying to put stuff in place to get you some help that you need. Okay? Because, clearly you got, you have some anger issues and some issues that you need to work with, and keep being truthful about this.
how you feel after you did it. It's bad. So, Jeff, while you were doing it, how do you feel? Pretty sad. So you sort of thinking about it in the middle of the day, and then it builds up all day, and then you finally decide to do something.
Did you plan on the middle of the day, think about going to the alcohol too?
Yeah, I planned, but I kind of cheated out. Did you pick the camera? It was just a only 10 hours after food.
Is that why you told Brian a lie about alcohol or something like that, Amber? Or if you don't have any other questions first, like I said, when I'll tell you nothing but the truth. We're gonna have to make some phone calls to the district attorney, and DCS, I don't know what's gonna happen right now, but we'll probably get you sent back down to that, little holding cell that you're at the workhouse, until we can figure out, what's gonna happen from here. Because like I said, I don't know a lot about anything. So, that's where we're at right now. We're gonna have to make some phone calls to the district attorney, and once we figure out what's going on, we'll, tell you what's going to happen. Okay? So let's see what I got up here.
I think we already addressed that the first time that I really hope and pray that you get with it. Someone wants to get hurt. Wants to you get hurt. Okay?
I want to see you help. I want to see you succeed. Okay?
All right.
Can we go get you a cup of water or anything? You want one?
What would you want to say to them? That's fair.
to the poachers. If you go to DC Justice, wherever we go, don't fall into the way of just don't. You can still be better. You make it your rules too. You owned it. Just did what it is. Just can't change that. You got futures. Well, it seems like our average kid shoots their head up, didn't try for now, one fuckers too high. That's the guy I think the stuff. Are you worried about Judy? Why'd you put the hammer on the ground? Why'd you take it with you? Did you take it with you? Just tell me how that.
You home everybody? We'll make sure we can get you some. Emily's coming in with the search warrant with the swabs. So then once we get that taken care of,
Gathered the transcript, file is collected number 498. Transcript 428, frame 1, not evidence, but interrogation records. All right, Mr. Collins.
Agent Ray, you're in the room, there's a, Mr. Allen is asked about his pawpaw. He's asked the question, about why he didn't kill him. And there's Mr. Ketron says, or he asks, has he been good to you? You could not hear a response. Did he give any kind of reaction to that
I believe he
question?
shook his head up and
Shook his
down,
head, yes.
indicating yes.
Would you make that statement and exhibit it to your testimony?
Yes.
Every photograph you've looked at, every exhibit, you make all those exhibits to your testimony in case I miss it.
Yes.
File.
Sir, did you, the items that you took from Bill Cole, including his buccal swabs and those swabs that are referenced that Miss Emily Duran comes in and takes of Mr. Allen, did you transport those items to evidence?
The evidence that was initially collected was secured at the Greene County Sheriff's Office. And in the days following this incident, I transported it from the Sheriff's Office to the TBI office in Johnson City.
Are you able to identify that document, sir? Because I don't think that's in the book, but that covers the, sir, that covers the chain of custody as to those items. Sir, can you identify that document?
This is a Greene County Sheriff's Department evidence log noting that the buccal swabs from Bill Cole, Bill Cole's boots, his shirt, his pants and belt, and then buccal swabs from Jordan Allen were all secured as evidence. And then the chain of custody down here shows that on May 5th, I transported them to Johnson City.
And were those items later taken to the TBI lab?
Yes, for forensic testing.
Thank you. Special Agent Ray, thank you.
Ready to cross
Are there any questions? Mr. Easton? Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Easton.
Judge, if I did, sir, did I ask you if you'd make that a?
Is that
Make
not
that-
in the exhibits
It's
anywhere?
not in the book.
What is
When
the
you
law?
mark that. It's just a chain of custody law.
Chain of custody law?
Sir, there'd been a stipulation to that prior.
It's not listed on anywhere. All right, make it 499. Exhibit 499, chain of custody log. Okay. You can, yeah.
Special Agent Ray, TBI has a certain standard, certain set of standard operating procedures, doesn't it?
Yes,
One of those standards is the TBI investigative report, isn't that right?
yes,
An investigative report is a document that, as the lead investigator, you're responsible for, is that right?
Essentially, whoever completes the action generally will complete a report.
When I say that it's your responsibility, any special agent that's working the case can add to it, correct?
Yes,
But you will have reviewed it all, would you not?
the lead agent typically would review all the paperwork within the file.
And you're the lead agent.
I am not.
Okay, so is it shared with Captain Davis, as the lead prosecutor in this case?
As far as TBI's role, Special Agent Blake Ketchern was what we refer to as the case agent or the lead agent on the case.
But you reviewed some of those things, some of those things you just testified in your direct examination that Blake Ketchern had done, correct?
Yes,
So you have an awareness of what all is in the case file for the TBI.
yes.
Now, talked a little bit about your background and training on direct examination. When you went to the TBI, you had to go through a whole other school, isn't that right?
Yes,
Despite the fact that you'd worked for 2 other law enforcement agencies prior.
yes, I went through the TBI Agents Academy.
And in that, careful, I call it boot camp.
That's fine.
So in that particular boot camp, you learn evidence collection techniques, correct?
Yes,
Of course, you'd had some of that as a CID in Kingsport, I imagine.
yes, sir.
And then interrogation techniques, is that right?
Yeah, there's interviewing and interrogations.
Okay, and you have annual training on these things every year after you graduated from that boot camp, is that right?
The TBI's role is a little bit different than Kingsport. Kingsport, you have an annual in-service every year. TBI doesn't per se have an annual in-service, but you do go to trainings that you seek out or specific trainings that are put on, but it's not the same as like an
Things
annual.
that are available and fit with your schedule, you have the opportunity to go.
Yes, sir.
Now, at the time of this case, you had never been formally trained in the Reed investigation technique, is that right?
Correct.
What about cognitive interviewing?
Through the TBI Agents Academy, we had a block of cognitive interviewing,
A block, a couple of
Yes.
hours,
a couple days.
a couple of days? And are you aware how long that training is in completion, if you attended a specific school for that?
I don't know off the top of my head.
And I would say a part of your training is that if you find something that is inconsistent with evidence that you have or the theory that you're working, that you follow up on it. Is that right? You
Yeah.
investigate.
Yes, sir.
And so on direct examination, you talked about how Special Agent Ketchern was at the scene when you arrived, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Special Agent Ketchern and Greene County Sheriff's Department are the people that debriefed you.
Yes.
And from that, in your direct testimony, you were aware that Bill Cole had RBS on the back of his pants leg.
Yes.
Did Bill Carr show you the photograph that he had taken from the scene that had that on there, or did they just tell you?
I don't recall specifically if he did or not.
But you know who I'm talking about. He's a sheriff's deputy, correct?
Yes.
In that briefing, I would imagine you were told about all the different civilians that were on the scene at your arrival.
Yes.
You were informed that Jordan was in a cruiser upon your arrival. He was in the
Yeah.
back of Deputy Frank Cedillo's cruiser, to be specific.
I knew that, I was told that he was in the back of a cruiser or detained.
You testified on direct that he was not under arrest, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
But he was in the back of a cruiser.
Yes.
He was in handcuffs,
I was not aware he was in handcuffs initially.
but you learned that he was in handcuffs when you
Took them
saw
off
him
of
in
him.
Exactly, you took them off of it. Okay, so he was in a cruiser, in handcuffs, and had been there since 12:05 a.m., is that right?
Yes.
Now, in your time in Kingsport, were you a road officer at any time?
Yes, for 3 or 4 years.
If you're in the back seat of a cruiser, you can't unlock the doors, can you?
You cannot.
You were also aware, based off your conversation with Jordan Allen, that he had been, that he had went somewhere with Brian Broadwater earlier that day, correct?
Yes.
They were going to do a pressure washing job.
Yes.
Now, what we listened to, these recordings, they were taken from a voice recorder, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And this was in the Greene County Sheriff Department offices?
Yes.
And Captain Jeff Davis was present?
Yes.
And did he have a cell phone?
I
Are you
believe,
aware?
I believe he does, yes.
Was there a laptop computer in the interview room?
I know they have desktops. I don't know if there was a laptop in there or not.
Do you have a government-issued phone?
I do.
Is it equipped with a camera?
Yes, it's an iPhone.
Do you have a government-issued laptop?
Yes, I do.
Does it have a camera on it?
Yes.
Blake Ketchum shows up during these interviews, is that right?
Yes.
And he has a government-issued laptop, doesn't he?
Yes.
He also has a government-issued cell phone,
Yes.
both equipped with a camera.
Yes.
And no video was taken of any of these interviews, is that right?
Correct.
Now, there are several investigative questions that were asked that, as we go through this, that I'll have to make sure that I've got them right, okay? And so one of those is, let's go to Jordan's second statement, the first statement that we listened to here today, okay?
Okay.
All right. So you tell him that we just want to make sure that we do everything right and by the book. That's what you said, is that right?
Yes.
And certainly that was your intention. You went out there to investigate this case the way that you've been trained, isn't that right?
Yes.
And one purpose of this interrogation is to get statements from an individual to see if you can corroborate them to some other evidence, whether it be physical evidence or something like that, isn't that right?
Yes.
Corroboration helps you identify when someone is telling the truth, doesn't it?
It does.
And when the subject tells you something that the physical evidence tells you can't be true, that draws your attention, doesn't it?
Yes.
That makes you curious whether or not they've told you the truth or not, I'd imagine, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, so let's set the stage. So Jordan Allen had gotten up sometime around 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning on April the 24th of 2022 to go do this pressure washing job with Brian Broadwater. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
Okay. And so he's detained at 12:05, which we've already established. That's about 15 hours if my math is right, isn't it?
Yes.
Sorry, the Jones. All right, so And then it's another 5 hours until he's taken to the Greene County Detention Center, and that's at 5 a.m. is that the first conversation you had with him.
Yes, sir.
All right, so at that particular point, Jordan Allen has been awake for 20 hours.
Yes.
And you understand or know that he did not interact or make any statements to any other law enforcement while on the scene, isn't that right?
To my knowledge, he did not.
Now, you talked about, I want to clarify something. You talked in between the interviews, there were some conversations about the receipts and the videos. Okay, so that's where I'm trying to focus your attention just right now. But you didn't have those receipts or those videos in between any of these interrogations or conversations with Bill Cole or Jordan Allen. You didn't have the benefit of that, did you?
I don't believe we had obtained those yet.
Those were all after the fact.
I believe so.
And so there were several things that you were able to corroborate that Jordan told you in that second statement. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And so one was going to do the pressure washing job with Brian Broadwater.
Yes, sir.
That was corroborated by the marathon video, the still shots that we saw. Correct?
Yes.
And I'm sure you looked over Agent Ketron's interview with Brian Broadwater, correct?
Yes.
I believe that's hour 6. So you've seen that statement
Yes.
that Jordan and his grandfather both told you that they had fixed the brakes on the black truck
Yeah, they both said that.
and that they had worked on the U-joint of the Bronco,
Yes.
which was corroborated by all those tools being up there by the Bronco and the drive shaft laying out of it. Sounds pretty fair, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
When you talked to Jordan about the clothes that he was wearing that day, he told you he had on his pull-on cowboy boots, isn't that right, at some point of the day?
I believe that's what he said.
Excuse me?
I believe he said that he had the pull-on cowboy boots on.
And those boots are found in the back of the black Ford Ranger, isn't that right?
Yes.
And of course, Jordan told you where the bodies were, correct?
I don't recall him specifically telling us, but he led others to the location of the body.
Well, in his statement to Brian Broadwater, he told Brian that the bodies were behind the corner of the house. Does that sound right to you? Is that
Yes.
your memory? Okay. And he'd also told you that in the first statement, the first conversation you had with him. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And he admitted to you that seeing all this messed him up. Isn't that right?
I believe he said something along those lines.
At the 15-minute and 54-second mark, he says, "I wasn't thinking too good. It messed me up." You remember that?
Yes.
And Jordan told you that he found his Papaw's phone in the black truck. Isn't that correct?
He said in the black truck, and then in a subsequent interview, he said he got it from the house.
That's right. On the third interview, he tells you that he got it from the house, correct?
Yes.
All right. But in the first and second, it was in the black truck.
Correct.
Now, you interviewed Jordan Allen, right?
Yes.
Bill Cole,
Yes.
and Romaine Williams.
Yes.
And in that conversation with Romaine Williams, you learned a slightly different version of that. Did you follow up on it?
Can you be more specific?
I absolutely can. As part of your investigation, with Romaine Williams, you learned that the phone was in the black truck. Did you not?
I knew it was in the black truck because Jordan answered it and he was in the black truck.
But you'd heard it from someone other than Jordan that it was in the black truck.
I think I would have had to have learned that based off of Romaine making the telephone call to him while he was in the black truck.
Do you remember whether or not Romaine Williams told you that Bill said he knew his phone was in the black truck?
I don't recall that specific statement. She could have said that, but I don't specifically recall that right now.
In the course of the interview with Jordan, let's go back to those, okay?
Okay.
He told you that he called Chance Morrell, correct?
Yes.
You corroborated that that did in fact happen.
Yeah, that was cooperated, yes.
That's how he got Brian Broadwater's phone number,
Yes.
and that's who he called next.
Yes, sir.
And all of those things were corroborated, weren't they?
Yes.
Jordan told you that he didn't tell Brian what had happened until they got to Brian Broadwater's home, isn't that right?
Yes.
And that's also what Mr. Broadwater said in his statement that you reviewed in IR6, isn't it?
Yes.
In fact, Jordan had told you that when Brian Broadwater picked him up at the Old Snaps Ferry Road address, that he saw Bill, correct?
Yes, in the driveway.
And Brian Broadwater corroborated that fact in his statement in IR6, isn't that right?
Yes.
And that both gentlemen, Jordan Allen and Brian Broadwater, said that Bill waved, isn't that right?
I believe so.
And in that second interview, we heard Jordan talking about his grandmother possibly having some Alzheimer's issues,
Yes.
correct? And that Jordan said that she nagged a lot. That's what he said, wasn't it?
Yes.
And so when you questioned Bill, he somewhat corroborated that, saying that she was real nervy and also talked about the fact that she had maybe had the Alzheimer's. Is that right?
Yes, and I believe he said she may have had a stroke at some point.
That's right. He did. Jordan told you that Bill had been drinking that day, had he not?
Yes.
And Bill admitted to that fact as well.
Yes, sir.
And that certainly was corroborated by the 12-pack that was in the front seat of the Bronco, right?
Yes.
Beer bottles that were outside the driver's side of the Bronco,
Yes, sir.
and all the ones in the house.
Yes.
Now, let's go to Jordan's third statement.
Okay.
So, at the 18-second mark, right out of the gate, you tell Jordan that each time I've talked to you, I've said one thing: we just want the truth. It's pretty close to what he said.
Yes.
And then you immediately confront him with the statements of Brian, Romaine, and Bill Cole. Is that right?
Yes.
And you say that you know what happened. That's what you said, right?
Yes.
Now, one of the things that you tell Jordan is that he had asked Brian to lie. Do you remember saying that?
I don't specifically recall that.
come back to it, it's in here.
Okay.
But you didn't tell him what those statements were. You didn't like read Brian Broadwater's statement to him, did you?
No, we didn't reveal specific details of anyone's statement to anybody else.
And that includes Romaine or Bill's statements, correct?
Correct.
Could you bring that mic over? I'm just,
Yes.
for my benefit, I appreciate it. Thank you. And again, you tell him, we want the truth. It's time to tell the truth. Remember that?
Yes.
You're going to tell, like right now, it's time. That's what you said, right?
Yes.
And Jordan responded, what I have been telling you. And your response was, the truth, Jordan. Remember that?
Yes.
And it's that particular time that you confront him with the bloody boots. Is that right?
He was confronted with the bloody boots in the second interview, not the third.
Okay.
The boots may have been mentioned in the third interview too, but the specific confrontation was in the second.
Well, let's go, before we get into those boots, let's jump back to the second statement.
Okay?
All right, so at the 24-minute, 48-second mark, you're probing Jordan about footwear. You're asking him what kind of shoes he wears, what kind of shoes his papa wears. You remember that?
Yes.
And you ask him specifically about the steel-toed boots, don't you?
I asked him specifically what shoes he wears, and I believe he offered that he has steel-toe boots.
And he said that papa couldn't wear those, didn't he?
Yes.
So in the third statement, jumping back, in the first minute and 24 seconds, Jordan is asked, what did we find in your room? And he answered boots,
Yes.
just like he did in the second statement, right?
Yes.
But you didn't have the lab results back. You didn't have the benefit of that DNA analysis, did you?
I did not.
That doesn't come about until July 1st, if I remember correctly. Is that right?
That sounds right.
And it was entered into the TBI investigative report, I believe, on July the 6th. Isn't that correct?
That sounds correct.
Right after that, at a minute and 30 seconds, you ask him, what else did we find in your room? And he replied, that should be it. Correct?
Yes.
And then the follow-up is, you're lying, and you're not very good at it. Remember that?
Yes. Agent Ketron said that.
Yes, sir. To which the follow-up from Special Agent Ketron, I believe this was you, it said, do you want to help yourself? Remember saying that?
I believe that was Agent Ketron.
Thank you. Somewhat hard to tell you guys apart on the recording. And then at 2 minutes and 11, that's when it's asked, what else did we find in your room other than the boots? And then that's when he replied, the hammer.
The hammer.
And you asked him where he put it. And his reply was, on the table or the dresser. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And the immediate follow-up from you after he gives the wrong location of the hammer and it found in his room, you tell him that you appreciate him telling us the truth. That's what you told him, right?
Yes.
So let's go back. May I have the exhibit for Mr. Alex's third statement, please? Yes, can I get can I have the collective exhibit of the transcripts real quick, please? Third, please. So at the 10-minute, 40-second mark, Jordan had just asked, let me back up. So Special Agent Ketchum is asking him, what made you pick the hammer? Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And so he says, it's the only thing I knew, it's just quick, that was it. That was Jordan's response.
Yes, sir.
And then your response was, is that why you told Brian a lie about Papa doing it with something like a hammer?
Yes.
Now, Jordan doesn't ever get an opportunity to answer that question. There's quite a bit of dialogue there from you, and then Special Agent Ketchum comes in. At some particular point, the next thing that you tell him is that you want to see him get help. Do you remember all that?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Special Agent Ray, I'd like to draw your attention to TBI Investigative Report IR number 54.
There's not exhibit number.
This is not, no exhibit. You recognize that document?
I do.
I'm going to take a second to refresh your recollection. I know I'm just springing it on you.
I recall it.
Okay. Based on that interview was on July 1st, I believe, is that right?
It says the activity date is July 6th and the report date is July 12th.
Okay. And so, out of what was learned in that part of your investigation, did you follow up on anything?
I'm not seeing anything that jumps out that I've specifically followed up on.
If I could retrieve that.
Sorry.
All right, in the second interview, when you talk about how the TBI's CSI team is going to know what happened after their analysis, that's an interrogation technique, is it not? You're confronting the subject of the interrogation that we're going to know based on science what's happened at the scene. You're trying to get them to tell you the truth. That's what that is, right?
Yes.
And as we've established, the lab, that doesn't come back until 3 months later, correct?
Correct.
Which is pretty fast, but I believe that there was a request to expedite that testing, isn't that right?
If it came back in 3 months, I would I would think that it would have been expedited. It's usually a longer turnaround than that.
And in that second interview, after Jordan retells facts, he does that a couple of times in that second statement, doesn't he?
Yes,
You confront Jordan, and I'm going to quote you here. It says it will be your story, it will be his story. We're talking about Bill, and also the story, correct?
that sounds correct.
And that's when you start going into, a little later actually, about a minute later, you go into explaining to him that they're looking for DNA, they're looking for fibers, all kinds of analysis that can be done. You remember all of those statements, correct?
Yes.
Now, when you did get the benefit of that DNA analysis, did you go back out and re-interview Bill Cole?
I did not.
Multiple times in all three conversations that you had with Jordan Allen, you told him the CSI was going to tell you who. Did you not?
That's not correct. That was not mentioned in the first interview.
Excuse me. But in the second and the third interview, you make that statement multiple times, correct?
Yes, the statement was made.
All right, let's talk about Jordan's first statement. As you testified, despite the fact that he was in a cruiser handcuffed and had been for 5 hours, he was a witness only at this particular point, correct?
Yes.
Um, You were able to corroborate the story about Little Caesars, which we talked about, but he also told you about the fact that he tried to eat that pizza and threw up, didn't he?
I don't specifically recall him saying that to me. He could have, though.
Jordan told you specifically what he bought at Walmart, correct?
Yes.
And of course, the receipt showed that, right?
Yes.
He even apologized for smoking, didn't he?
He did.
And in that statement, you told him that you were going to be honest with him the whole way. Is that right?
Yes.
You told Jordan that DCS would have to be contacted to make some arrangements on where he was going to go. Like you said, at that point, he wasn't necessarily a suspect, correct?
Yes.
And he told you about family members that he had, his Nana and his great aunt, right?
Yes.
You explained to him that DCS would take care of that part, right?
DCS would have to be the one to place him.
They make that decision essentially.
Yeah, I don't have the authority to.
But he was housed in the Greene County workhouse after that first interview, isn't that right?
Yes.
And you recall that that Jordan was told that he wasn't going to stay the night in the jail, isn't that right?
That he was not going to stay the night at the Greene County Jail, correct?
But he did. Because things changed, but that statement was made to him that he wasn't going to stay in the Greene County Jail in that first conversation. And to be fair, things changed and he was no longer a witness and became a suspect, right? I'm just establishing that statement was made, not trying to, it's not for the truth of the matter asserted, it was just a statement that was made.
Yes.
Right? In that first interview, you told Jordan that there were people who specialized in interviewing people who aren't adults, you know, juveniles and teenagers. That was your statement. You remember that?
Yes.
And at the 12:27 mark, you said, and I'm quoting here, that they're probably better than Jeff and I, a lot better doing this stuff in this specific situation. That's what you told me, correct?
Correct.
And you were alluding to the Child Advocacy Center, correct?
Yes, sir.
Those folks have a specific forensic interviewer trained to interview children, isn't that right?
Yes.
And you've dealt with these types of cases that have had CAC interviews, I'm sure, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how the interview room is laid out?
Yes.
There's usually 2 chairs in that particular room, depending on which CAC you're in, I'm guessing.
Yes.
There's a one-way mirror, or I guess it's easy 2-way, maybe how it's the right vernacular there, is that right?
Yes.
And there's a drawing board in case, depending on the age of the child, if they want to draw something that the interviewer is trying to get them to talk about, right?
Yes.
And part of that's because the child's brain just isn't quite fully developed, right? There's for the CAC part, that there's people that are just trained to deal with that aspect of interviewing juveniles, isn't that right?
Yes.
Now, you've testified previously in this case, correct?
I have.
All right, and as you previously testified, you received a call around 5:41 a.m., correct?
I was already conducting interviews by 5:41 a.m.
Correct. This is after Jordan's, the first interview you had with Jordan, somewhere, I'm imagining, between Bill's statement and Jordan's second statement, somewhere in there.
Yeah, but I believe at 5:41 I would have been interviewing Bill because his first interview was an hour and 41 minutes and it started at like 5:25 a.m.
Well, you had an interview, you had a phone call, and after that, the Child Advocacy Center, that was no longer in place, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about some of Bill's statements. Some of it has been mentioned before. You've not had an opportunity to hear that, but you were asked on direct that you questioned him hard. That's something that was asked of you, and you replied yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, in Bill's first statement, he tells you I believe it's 3 different times that he only drove the Honda to Romaine's house, isn't that right? Or maybe, the 3 trips to Romaine's house, he only drove the Honda, isn't
Yeah,
that right?
in his initial interview, he said the Honda.
And to be fair, in his second statement, he tells you otherwise, isn't that right?
Yeah, he says he got into a truck, and I'm not quite sure if he made it to their house in the truck. There was some confusion there. He may have turned around early, but he did say that he did try to get into not the Black Ranger truck, but an F-150 that was on the property, yes.
And Bill had had about 6 hours since that first statement until he told you about the gray truck in the second statement, isn't that right?
That sounds about right.
Be patient with me, especially later, Ray. I'm trying not to cover ground that we've already covered, trying to do my best to expedite some things. Doesn't always come out the way you think it will. Now, in this hard questioning, Bill was confronted with all the similar facts that you were given to Jordan, is that right?
That's correct.
And does it sound fair here? I counted it was about 55 times he told you he didn't know that it wouldn't be him. Does it sound close?
That sounds all right.
Did you have an opportunity in the review of this case to review any of the walkthrough videos that were done by the CSI team?
I believe I have seen some of those videos.
Do you remember seeing a purse on the bed in bedroom number 1?
I would have to specifically view a photograph or look at the video. I don't recall that.
I understand, that's a perfectly good answer. Give me just 1 second. Early on, I asked you, whenever you found out new information, you would follow up on it as part of your training, right?
Yes, sir.
And so, some of that information called you to reach out to a former instructor from the TBI, isn't that right? Didn't work for the TBI specifically, but had come and done a training, you reached out to him, isn't that right?
Are you referring to the interview and interrogation gentleman?
Yes.
Yes.
Keith Zubek, does that sound familiar?
Yes, I reached out to another agent who had a contact with him, who in turn got us talking.
And Mr. Zubek does trainings and interrogations, right?
Yes,
And he also does some false confession work, doesn't he?
I believe so.
Now, based on that conversation, no action was taken, is that fair?
Correct.
All right. I think we're pretty close. Give me just a second to double check, make sure I haven't missed anything. Your Honor, Mr. Ray is under the defense subpoena, and there is a small likelihood that I'll need him.
You need to stay, so you'll step outside.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's take a 10-minute recess, and then we'll come back, and you have your next witness ready to be sworn if they need to be.
All rise.
Take the jury out, 10-minute recess.
Sure.
Bill, how long, sir, how long had you and Sherry been married?
44 years.
Sir, when did you and Sherry get married?
1979, July 14th.
You want to introduce that, Bishop?
I do, Your Honor. Would you make that an exhibit?
Yes, sir.
That'll be fine.
Uh, Bill, what kind of relationship did you and Sherry have?
Good one, I felt like. I mean, we never fussed. We,
Did y'all get along?
oh, yeah.
Have any
She was a
disagreement?
sweetheart. She was a little sweetheart. You couldn't fuss at her. You just couldn't.
Were you upset with her on Sunday, April the 24th?
No, sir.
2022?
No, sir.
Was she upset with you?
No, sir.
Bill, where'd y'all live?
And old Snap Prairie Road, kind of toward Fall Branch.
Will you look at, you look at Exhibit 41.
Yes, sir.
You able to identify that photograph?
That's the house. It's still the house. I still live there today.
Still live there?
That's exhibit what?
41.
41.
Mr. Cole, who owns that property? Do you own that?
No, I don't really own it, but it was kind of give to me. We milked there. The man that owns it told me that if I'd help him finish out till he quit dairying, I could have it.
Help you finish what? sir?
Help him finish milking. When we got done dairying and he retired, he said, you can stay there as long as you need to or as long as you want to. It's yours.
Sir, how long have y'all lived in that residence?
Maybe about 10 years or something. It may be a little longer. I don't know, but around in there.
So where'd y'all live before, if you don't mind me asking?
We had another house across the hill. There's a great old big house. It ended up being just me and Sherry and one of my other grandkids, and we moved in that smaller house.
So if you had other grandkids that lived with you?
Yes, sir.
stayed with you? Sir,
Yes.
which grandkid was that?
Austin Bales was, he was there the longest, and I had a granddaughter. Stayed for a little while when she was a little baby. We raised her till she was 2 years old.
Bill, how many, can I show you just a few pictures of this house?
Yes, sir.
Will you look at 134? Are you able to identify that, Bill?
That was the main bedroom, was mine and Sherry's for the most part. I mean,
Sir, will you look at 156?
that was little Jesse's room. Proud of the pictures he painted. That just tickled him to death.
I'm sorry, Bill, I couldn't hear you.
I said Jesse was proud of the pictures. He wanted to hang them on the wall. He just,
Bill, what kind of kid was Jesse?
he, just a little 7-year-old boy. Liked to play, just a little sweetheart. He really was.
Jesse and his brother get along?
Nah, off and on, kind of in a way, not really. Just off and on kind of thing. Age difference, I mean, it was plain simple age difference.
we look at 166.
That was Jordan's room.
Uh, Bill, did y'all make a difference between Jesse and Jordan?
We tried not to. I mean, we really tried not to. But Jesse probably was favored a little more just 'cause he's little. Needed more attention. You know, he just needed more attention. He was a little boy, just starting school, trying to figure it out.
Now, Bill, it looked like that Jordan didn't even have a room on his door.
There was a reason for that. I mean, there was a reason. He kept closing his door, locking it from the inside, and jumping out the window and hauling ass. Never knowed when he was in there. You couldn't, I mean, I took the door off and put him a blanket up. Said, you want privacy, here's your blanket, you can't lock it up. So we don't know where you're at.
You have a problem with him running off, son?
Yes, sir.
You know where he'd go?
Yes, sir. You want me to tell you?
Can you tell us where he'd go?
I worked with a couple boys at the feed store named Brockwaters. He'd jump out the window, and anytime he had a change, if he walked out the door, he'd take off. They lived across the hill. He'd go to there, and if he didn't walk outside or go to bed at night time, he'd jump out his window and be gone. Lock the door so we'd think he's in our sleep. Come find out he's just gone.
I saw where,
I tried to give him privacy, I promise.
I saw where it looked like there was a four-wheeler out there.
Yes, sir.
I just saw one.
That was the only one they had. I mean, it was given to Jesse actually, but him and Jordan shared it.
How'd Jesse get that?
He got it for Christmas. Community bought it for him for Christmas.
You get Jordan anything?
Oh yeah. They got him as much stuff as kind of equaled that four-wheel, price-wise probably. But for, you know, for bigger young'uns, shirts, shoes, watch, boots, stuff like that.
But you said they shared the four-wheeler, so Jesse let him ride the
Oh
four-wheeler.
yeah. Yes, he let him ride it.
Bill, did you ever see Jordan do anything to Jesse? You ever seen him mistreat Jesse or anything like that?
Well,
Objection, character evidence 603.
Sustained.
Yes, sir. Bill, all those photographs we've looked at, would you make those exhibits?
yes, sir.
That'll be filed.
Bill, let's go to April the 24th. Remember that day?
Yes, sir.
2022.
Yes, sir.
On that day, sir, who all lived at that house with this son?
Me, Sherry, and Jesse, and Jordan.
What was going on that day?
Normal Sunday, I mean, for the most part.
What did you do when you first got up that morning? Do you remember?
Well, I mean, we got up, eat breakfast or whatever. Me and Jesse, Jordan went to the dollar store and got a few odd and end things. Come back home, I put brake shoes on the little black truck that I had.
What kind of odd and end things did you get at the dollar store?
I was supposed to got drinks and I forgot them, but stuff she needed, like lard or butter, or I don't remember what all we got. Got Jesse a little telephone to play with.
Got Jesse a little telephone.
Yeah, just a little play telephone.
Put a 315 this hour. you able to identify that photograph?
Yes, sir. That's the phone.
That looked like the phone you,
Yeah. It played music, just he could punch up numbers and, you know, just like a little learning telephone, kind of help him with.
now, did I hear you say you and the boys went to the dollar store?
Yeah. They went
Remember
with.
about what time it was?
It would have been 9 o'clock or a little after, give or take, you know. Dollar store don't open till 8, so it would have been after 8 o'clock. We was back before, you know, 15 minutes away, it don't take.
So what'd you do when you get back, Bill?
Had to put brake shoes on the little black truck that we own.
Was Jordan still there?
He was still there at that time.
All right.
Well, I hadn't started the brake shoes yet. That's what was next on the list,
Put shoes on or you put brakes on
on the little pickup that we had.
Can you look at 51, please, and tell the members of the jury if you can identify it?
That's the little truck.
You put brakes on that truck that
Brakes on,
morning?
yeah.
Sometime up in the morning.
Yeah, well, it was after 10, let's say. Or started after 10 on.
Did you finish that job, Bill?
Yeah.
What'd you do after that?
I don't remember if we painted flyers or if I worked on the Bronco.
Was Jordan there the entire time?
No. He went with Broadwater, was supposed to have done some weed eating at a little old farm down the road at airport kind of thing. I don't remember.
Supposed to, what happened?
And when he got back, they said that fell through and they didn't do it. I don't know what they done. And I can't remember what time he got back. I really don't. I didn't pay no attention.
Did you make Jordan work, Bill?
I didn't make him work, you know, but I tried to learn him. Life don't hand you nothing, you know. You gotta work, make a living, try to learn him things, you know. But as far as making him work, no, I didn't make him do nothing.
Did you mistreat him?
No,
Did you hit him?
no,
Smack him?
never laid a hand on him. I've never laid a hand. I promise you, I've never laid a hand on him.
Did you ever do any of those things with Jesse?
No. I've never done any of those things my whole 65-year life. That's not in me, I promise.
Did you do those things to Sherry? Did you beat
No.
up Sherry? Did you ever make Jordan leave?
No,
Make him sleep outside,
no,
under a car or a truck?
no.
Withhold food from him? Did you feed him?
No.
Did you feed him?
Oh, yeah, we fed him. We might not have had much, but he had food. I mean, you know, we poor people. I ain't telling you. We had it all. We didn't have it all. Life wasn't perfect, but we had food.
You said you had it all.
I had 2 dogs. I said we didn't have it all.
Oh,
We normal, everyday people struggling through life, do what we do.
So Bill, what did you do after, you mentioned something about planting some flowers.
You know, we did. Jesse bought Sherry a little marigold flower work. Where I worked, we sold flowers. There's a feed store. We sold springtime flowers. And he bought his mama a little marigold, this tall. And we was going to transplant that into a pot. So we done that. And she had some, what did you call them, aloe vera plants. And it was a pretty good bunch. So we split that up and put that in 2 or 3 pots for her. Then he had an apple. He said, Papa, let's plant an apple tree. So we cut the apple open and took a seed out of it. So we'll try it. I don't know if it'll grow or not. And put that in some dirt and he didn't get to see whether it worked or not, but it did. I had old Bronco there, I had to try to fix, put a universal joint in it.
You put up to 38. You ever identify that photograph, Mr. Cole?
Yes, sir, that's the Bronco.
You were doing what to the Bronco, sir?
Putting a rear universal joint in it.
Rear universal. So you had to take the drive shaft out, is that right?
Half out.
I got it, okay.
You can't tell it there, but it's still hooked to the front and hanging out in the back.
Bill, did you work on stuff a lot? I mean, did you like to work on stuff?
That was my job. I mean, part of my job, part of my life, just work on.
Would you make that an exhibit, your testimony?
Yes, sir.
You make the one of any ranger exhibit, your
Yes.
testimony? Sometimes
Yes,
I
sir.
forget. I'm
That's
sorry.
fine.
Apologize there.
That's fine.
This is at the time you're working on the Bronco, has Jordan gotten back yet?
Yeah, he was back then.
Is he around there helping you?
Yeah.
What's going on, Bill?
I was trying to take the universal joint out. He was just kind of right there, helping, talking, and looking, and watching, and helping. I mean, you know, just kind of helping.
What kind of tools were you using, Bill?
I had socket set out there using some wrenches and hammers and screwdrivers. I mean, just anything I needed to get that drive shaft out of the truck.
And Bill, sir, this court's seen a lot of beer bottles laying around.
Yes, sir,
Let's
I drink.
talk about it.
I drink.
Did you drink?
Not bad. I'd buy a 6-pack of these and come home and sit outside, sit on the bank, watch them play, relax. I work 9 hours a day at a feed store lifting 50-pound bags at a time or fixing stuff. So I come home, drink a 6-pack of beer.
Sir, there's beer bottles everywhere.
Well, I'd lay them down. Dump was closed time I got home. Worked half a day on Saturday, and it depended on what I had to do Saturday for whether I didn't expect Sherry to haul trash. I didn't expect Sherry to clean up after me. They might lay there a couple of weeks before I cleaned the mess up. But eventually, I'd say I got to. I didn't expect Sherry to do it.
Drank a little bit every day.
I did, 6-pack a day. Get off 5 o'clock, stop and get a 6-pack, go home, sit on the bank, or walk through the house, talk to Sherry, talk to them boys, let them play, till that 6-pack was gone, and then it was done.
Did you ever spend your money on beer when you should have been buying groceries?
Well, I'm sure, probably, but we never done without food. You know, I'm sure I could have spent less, but no, we didn't do it without food. You always spend too much money on beer if you drink, no matter what. You know, that's just plain simple.
Bill, were you able to get the U-joint in that truck?
I got it out, but I didn't get it back in. The one I had wasn't right, so I quit. I figured I'd get me one tomorrow.
Did you get aggravated?
No,
Hard?
I know there's a 50-50 change. It was a used one anyway. I know there's 50-50 change. It might fit, it might not. It didn't. Parts store hooked to the building that I worked at. Know the owner.
Did you?
Could have got
Did
more.
you get too drunk to even know if it fit or not?
No. I don't make a habit to get drunk. Drinking a beer and being a drunk is two different things. I know my limits.
So, sir, after you finish what you're doing with the Bronco, sir, what do you do then?
I went in the house. I said, call it a day. It was getting late in the evening. Call it a day, go in, rest the rest of the day. Had to go to work the next morning.
You said it's getting late in the evening.
Yeah, it was getting pretty late in the evening. 6 o'clock or something.
So what do you do when you go in the house?
Went in, sit down, and watched TV, keep my boots off, and I'm done for the day.
So, sir, can you tell us where Sherry and the boys were?
Well, she was in the house till I went in, and Jesse liked to stay outside and play. She said, well, I'll go out here and watch Jesse. And the last I was told, they was sitting up on a little hill behind the house where they were sitting up there talking.
Last you was told, who told you that?
Jordan,
She didn't come in and cook supper.
I cooked supper. I told her when she walked out, I said, well, I'll start fixing us something to eat.
Did you do it?
Yeah.
Do you remember what you cooked or tried to cook?
Kind of like a roasting taters kind of thing. Chopped up some New York strip steaks and put them in a pot of taters and boiled them just like a beef stew or something. Then I found a box of corn stuff and I thought, well, let's make a casserole. Might not have been worth eating, but I tried it. It never did get eaten.
You cook a lot, Bill.
If she didn't feel like cooking, I cooked. I didn't expect, Sherry was sick. I didn't expect her to.
What was wrong with Sherry?
She just had health issues. I mean, her nerves. She had health issues. She had 12 tumors cut out of her at one time. I mean, she had health issues. And that took a toll on her. She's 59-year-old. It began to take a toll.
You said something about nerves. Did she? I mean, was there a difference in her after that?
Yeah. She was always nervous, but no, it was taking a toll on her.
Did she nag at them kids any?
No, she didn't nag them. She, if they done something out of the way, she'd fuss at them, or, and she was just nervous.
Did she ever get on you any?
Oh yeah, I mean, I ain't gonna say I listened to her much, but she did fuss at me.
Probably needed to.
Oh, she did. She had a right. I didn't fuss back. She's 75 pounds soaking wet. I couldn't fuss at that young.
Bill, how old was Sherry when y'all got married?
16,
How old was you?
18.
Y'all lived in Greene County ever since?
Yeah.
Miss Allen, you put up 176. You may not remember, Bill. I want you to look at this picture and see if you can identify this photograph.
That was my concoction. Bulk taters, meat, stovetop stuff. Sounded good at the time. Whether it was or not, we'll never know. I ended up throwing it away.
Ended up throwing away. So so did you get supper cooked?
I got it cooked. Well, I guess it's cooked. It looked cooked. Best I can
After
say.
you got it ready, what'd you do?
I hollered out and said supper's ready. And kind of just poked my head back in the house. Went in, sat down, and waited on them. Nobody showed up.
About how long did you wait?
I don't know, a few minutes,
Did you get bothered when they didn't come? Was it?
Well, I thought maybe they just didn't hear me or something, so I poked out again and hollered again.
Mr. Cole, what'd you do then?
Well, when I went to turn and go back in the house, I noticed my truck was gone.
Did that concern you?
Well, yeah, kind of. I thought, because I'd forgot drinks for the house. I thought, well, while I was in here, they went to the dollar store to get drinks, which is just right down the road, pretty much. So at the point, it didn't. At the time, it didn't really bother me. I thought they would just run to the store to get drinks.
Was Sherry able to drive?
Yeah. She was still able to drive. I mean, she didn't like to. But at that time, she got put in a position that she had to. We didn't have no other choice. She had to.
Did you ever let Jordan drive?
I'd let him drive. I didn't make a habit of it. I mean, but he's 15-year-old. He practiced. He used to drive tractors when we farmed regular. He used to drive tractors and stuff around.
Bill, what'd you do after they didn't come?
Well, I give them a few minutes, and then I went looking for them, outside looking for them. By then, it got kind of dark. Jordan told me last day they was up on the hill. Been sitting up there talking, so I went up on the hill to look to see if they was up there.
You said you'd taken your boots off. Did you put your boots back on?
Not then I had.
Is it normal for you to walk around and did you have your...
I from the car to the house or, you know, to fence or something other out in the grass. But, no, I can't walk on rocks or nothing. I'm not a barefoot walker, but if I kick them off at night and I need to walk outside the car, get something or do something, I can.
Did you ever walk out to that Bronco?
Yes, sir.
Sir, why'd you go out there?
I left my phone out there. When I was working on it, I laid my phone up in the seat because it kept falling out of my pocket and I was afraid it'd get broke. So I just laid it up to see that Bronco.
So why'd you go out there and look for your phone?
Because I was going to call, see if I could figure out. I was going to call her mama because Shirley left the house most time and she was going anywhere she went to her mama's. That's her and her mama was just peas in a pod.
Miss Allen, you put up 99. Now, you look at this picture, this view, and see if you can identify it.
That's my tool set and the Bronco, a few beer bottles.
Did you walk out through there looking for your phone?
Walked right through there to the driver's door to get my phone. I know that's where it was at.
Did you not? Sir, by this time, about what time is it? Do you remember?
Oh, it's dark
It's
then.
dark, huh?
It's dark by then. I mean, it's 7:30 or something, I guess. 8
No.
o'clock.
Notice anything out of ordinary?
No, I did. I really did. I didn't look for nothing out of the ordinary. I wasn't looking for nothing strange or odd. I was going after my phone. I didn't have no reason to look around for anything odd and ordinary, you know.
Mr. Cole, did you find your phone?
No, sir, I did.
So what'd you do then?
I went back in the house, put my shoes on. Got to kind of looking around a little bit more up there where he said they was at.
You go up on the hill?
Yeah, I walked up on the hill where that's where he said they was at. I thought maybe, I guess at that time I started to think, something ain't right here. But it's still, you just don't think. You just don't think shit like that, you know what I'm saying?
So you
That's the
walk
last-
outside, you walk over to the Bronco,
Get my phone.
go up on the hill,
I went back in the house first.
sorry. You go back in the house, put your boots on,
Put my
go up
boots
on the hill,
I think I walked up there before I left to go to her mama's. At one point, I left and went to her mama's just to see, are they here?
at some point you was on that hill.
At some point, I walked up there.
Did you not have a light with you?
No, sir. My flashlight was dead. One point, I pulled the car and pointed it that way where I could use the headlights just to kind of shine up to her. But it don't shine. It's a lot higher than a car. I mean, it's pretty good bank.
Car, will you look at 178, please? Please tell us whether you can identify that.
That's Shirley's car.
Sure.
Yeah, that was her car. I mean, but it was kind of acting up. Heater quit working, windshield wipers quit working. It was a wore out little car I give $1,000 for 5 years before that. And she run the wheels off of it.
Sorry. Don't mean to cut you off.
Oh, you're fine.
Make that exhibit your testimony.
Yes, sir.
So you're shining lights everywhere, but before that, you walked back down the hill.
Yeah, I went, I mean, yeah.
You didn't see your,
No, I did.
you didn't see Sherry or Jesse?
I didn't look behind the house. I never went behind the house. I didn't have no reason to go behind the house. We never went behind the house.
You got any lights up at that house, Bill? You got
No.
any security lights up?
There's one on the front porch, but it's just a regular little house light. I mean, it's not nothing spectacular. Shines more toward the driveway than anything.
You mentioned something about going to Romaines,
Yes, sir.
so tell us what you did.
I went down there and asked them if they'd seen Sherry or the boys, had they been there, and they said no. I said, well, they ain't at the house. So I didn't know if they'd come down here or went to the store.
So what'd you do after that?
I went back to the house. I can't remember if we called the first time I was there or the second time. I made 3 trips down there, and one time we called. I'm thinking that me and Romaine,
You had them call or?
yeah, had them call. We'll call my phone.
You
'Cause
may answer that phone.
Jordan Allen answered
How
the
do you
phone.
know Jordan answered?
Huh?
Sir,
Romaine had her phone on speakerphone.
You could hear his voice?
Yep.
Did Jordan say anything?
Said we're at the house.
So what'd you do?
Went
Well, let me
back.
ask you this, so did you feel any relief at that point?
Yeah, I thought, well, they did go to the dollar store, and I just missed them. And I went back to the house.
What happens when you get back to the house?
They ain't there.
What'd you do? If any, I mean, did you do,
I,
what's going on at that point? They're not at home.
well, I know I got lied to at that point, for sure. So I went in the house, just kinda looked around, and I did poke my head in his room, didn't move nothing, didn't look at nothing, just see if there was a note or something. That maybe he decided to run off again, and Sherry and Jesse went the other way. I didn't know.
You didn't see a pair of bloody boots?
I didn't see nothing. I wasn't looking for nothing. Besides the note, laying on a bed or something, 'cause if he left a note, he just had it laying right out in the open or something.
You said you was at home, now you said you cooked earlier,
Yep,
and did I hear you say you sat down on the couch watching TV?
yep.
Jordan ever come in the house?
Well, he come in 2 or 3 times. I mean, just back and forth.
You didn't think nothing, you didn't think anything about it?
Well, I didn't. He said they were still up on this hill talking, and I didn't pay no attention to nothing. I was sitting there.
So, you look around and you don't see anything that raises a flag to you.
No,
So what happens then, Bill? What'd you do?
I started and was gonna go back down to her mom's, and because I had a phone, I didn't have no phone. I mean, I probably could have went to a neighbor or something, but it just I went to her mama's.
Tell us what happens.
Well, I told her to call Rick because something wasn't right.
Now, who's Rick?
He's my brother-in-law.
You, Bill, how long you know?
I think she,
That's Sherry's brother, isn't
yeah,
it? How old was Rick when you and Sherry got together?
oh, he's 7, 8 year old, something first
Remember him
grade.
as a little boy?
Little bitty fellow.
He ain't too little now, is he?
No. He's a good boy though.
Uh, At some point, did the little black truck show back up?
Yes. When I went back the second time, I walked in the house. That's when I was looking for the little note or whatever. Didn't see nothing, and I don't know why. Nothing struck me odd. I don't know why it didn't. But when I walked back out, the little black truck sat at the top of the driveway, half in the driveway and half in the road.
What'd you do?
Well, I thought, well, I better move that, because I live on when my driveway is right in the middle of a curve coming this way and a curve coming this way, and you've got, I mean, it's from here to there, it's right in the middle of two curves. So I thought, well, I better go move the truck, get out of the road, cause he wasn't in it. You could tell it was empty. I mean,
Did you see anybody else down there?
no, they was, when I started up there, they was a truck that kinda come by and slowed down, but I thought they was just slowing down cause, look, they about hit my truck sitting in the road. Because it's a blind curve, two blind curves.
Did you recognize the truck?
No, I didn't. I mean, it was just a truck, as far as I know, that just slowed down cause my truck was sitting out half in the middle of the road. And then they went on. They didn't sit there or nothing.
You
They,
didn't see, you didn't see it.
no,
You didn't chase after anybody.
no,
You didn't run somebody down the road.
no. I went up there, got my truck and pulled it out of the road, put it in the driveway and climbed in that little car and went back and told Romaine, call Rick, something ain't right.
The little car we saw her,
Yeah, she said, I've done called Rick. I said, well, tell him to meet me at the house. Just come on. I'm going back to the house.
did you ever take the, now you had a F1,
I
you
took-
had an 04 truck, didn't you?
I took it the first trip. Water pump was out on it, but it had more gas in it and it had a heater other than that little car. So I thought, well, maybe it'll make it down there and back. I thought I was just making one trip.
Will you put up 65, please, Miss Allen? See if you can identify that picture.
That's it.
Is that your truck?
That's it.
You make that an exhibit to your testimony.
Yes, sir. Money hole. That truck was a money hole.
Sorry, Bill, I couldn't hear you.
I said that truck was a money hole. Dollared you to death.
What trucks do?
Yeah, some of them.
So you get the truck out of the road.
Yep.
You don't see it.
Don't see anybody, other than that truck that passed, and I thought it was just slowed down and passed cause my truck was sitting up there, and
What happens then, Bill?
that's when I went back, I got in it, put it in the driveway, climbed the car, went back to Romaine, said, you call Rick? She said, yeah, I've done called him, he's on his way. I said, tell him to meet me back at the house, I'm going back to the house, something ain't
You were
right.
pulling out, do you see Rick?
Yeah, he was coming up the road,
Did you talk to him?
yeah. I stopped and he said, well, let's go up here and figure this out. I said, just come on, Rick, there's something ain't right.
What happens then, Bill?
Well, we got back to the house and there was two trucks sitting in my driveway and
You
one of-
recognize the trucks?
yeah, I did then.
Who was it?
Brian Broadwater and Roger Broadwater. Roger had a gun in his hand and phone in his ear, calling 911. I got out of the car and Rick ran up behind him and grabbed him because he had a gun. Who knows, you know. And Rick kind of toughed with him and told him his cop, and they finally got figured out, I guess.
Bill, what's the next thing you experience?
That Rick told him, I heard him tell Rick there's two bodies, or he's either told Rick there's two dead bodies behind the house, or he was telling her who was on the phone, there's two dead bodies behind the house.
You can hear that?
I heard that.
What?
I mean, they screamed it. Couldn't help but hear that. And me from here to her, away from her, the width of a car, you know.
Bill, what did you, sir, what was going through your mind at that time?
I know what happened then. I mean, you know, I don't know how to explain what would go through a man's mind when he found out something like it.
What does go through a man's mind?
I mean, that's what I say, a lot of things, you know. I don't know how to explain what goes through your mind when you hear something like that. Devastation, that's the only way you can explain it.
Bill, how long have you been raising grandkids?
See, 44 years worth of it, kind of. I mean, you know,
Off and on?
off and on.
You just get tired of it, Bill?
No. I still ain't tired of it.
Bill, did you hurt?
No. Had no reason.
Did you take a hammer?
No.
Did you take that black and white hammer that you've been using to work on that Bronco to your grandson's head?
No. No,
Several
sir.
times. Did you hit him?
No. No. I promise. No. I didn't even, I did.
Did you do anything to Sherry?
No, sir. I did. Why would I?
Why would you?
Why would I? We didn't have no insurance. I wasn't cheating on her. She wasn't cheating on me.
You
I had
had
nothing to
girlfriend,
gain.
Bill? You
I've
had
still got nothing to gain. I sit in that same little old house, a lonely old man. That's all I gained. Lost my whole family. No, I didn't do that.
Bill, were you, Bill, you know you had blood all over the bottom of your pants.
Yeah, that's what they said.
You did.
Well,
Did you, all right. So, did they take you into custody?
yes,
Did they handcuff you?
I think they did.
At some point, did they handcuff you?
At some point, I think
Did
they
they
did.
handcuff you right off?
No, well, right off, Rick put me in his car with his wife. But I think along the way there, yeah, I got handcuffed.
What's his wife's name?
Donnice.
And how long have you known her?
How long they been married?
How long have you been married?
I don't know.
So, at some point, you ended up back at the sheriff's department,
Yes,
and they talked to you.
yep,
Did you answer their questions?
yes, sir. Just like I'm trying to do right here?
Did you ever tell them to stop? Stop? Did you?
No. Didn't have no reason to tell them to stop. I ain't got nothing to hide.
Bill, is there any other way that blood could have ended up on your side?
I think I stepped on it. I mean, I think through the process, somewhere along the yard right there, I stepped on it. I didn't even know it was there till they told me at the police station. But I think before I went in and put my shoes on, I'd stepped in it and I just didn't notice it. Thought I was stepping dog shit or something. I had 2 dogs, you know, I mean, that's what,
At some point, did you realize there was something on your foot? Or
I just kind of scuffed it off in the yard as I was going in the house. Went in, put my boots on. Just didn't pay no attention. It was just, I don't know,
Bill, you had some blood on the front of your pants too.
I
You know how you'd have had some blood on the front of your pants?
no, unless it was mine. I mean, I do a lot of bleeding. I cut myself all the time. I mean, it could have been mine. I don't know.
If it was yours, you remember scratching yourself or anything?
I cut myself working on a daily basis for the most part. You work on things, you know. At 5 silos at work, I had to keep unclogged. Little doors this big around. I cut myself on a daily basis for the most part. Maybe not now, because I don't do much of nothing now.
Bill, what do you do now?
I pedal around my little hay for where I live at, help Austin with his lawnmower thing, and just whatever, kind of whatever.
You still work up the feed store, Eddie?
No. I used to go up there some, just because of the customers. It wasn't, had a lot of friends up there. wish you just called me Bill.
Bill, thank you for answering my questions.
You're welcome.
And Mr. Eastham, I'm gonna have some questions for you. Answer his questions.
I will.
All right, make sure you step.
Judge, you want to need just a minute.
Judge, may I ask you one more
Yes.
question? Bill, why were you even working on that old Bronco?
Because I had to drive out to work. Till I got that fixed, me and Jesse, I took Jesse to work, or to school when I went to work with no heater, no windshield wipers, whatever the weather, I had to take it. I was trying to get that fixed so I could use it. Sure, he had to have a black truck to take Jordan to school.
How close was he to getting to drive?
Hi,
How close was he to getting to drive?
how close was,
How close was Jordan to getting to drive?
well, he was 15. I mean, you know, he had to get his learner's permit, license or something. But he still couldn't until he got his license, he couldn't drive to Plum to Greenville and back every day with a permit. I mean, without somebody going with him.
Did you ever let him go anywhere by himself?
No. I let him drive a little, didn't let him drive that much, but I let him drive a little, but I was always with him.
We've seen pictures of you, Bill. Did you smoke?
Yes, sir.
You said you were gonna ask one question, he's over there on one
I'm
question.
sorry. Did Sherry smoke?
Yes, sir.
Jordan smoked?
He did, but wasn't supposed to, but he did.
I appreciate you indulgence. I apologize for your confusion. Apologize to the court. Thank you, Mr. Coach.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Eastham, Mr. Ross.
On direct examination there, Bill, you said that you weren't mad at her on April.
I never
20th.
did make sure. Believe that or not, I didn't. We didn't fuss, we didn't argue.
But she had always been nervous, hadn't she?
Being nervous and nervous is one thing, bitching and complaining is another. I'm sorry.
It's okay. And I wasn't insinuating that she did.
Well, you kinda was.
That's fair enough. And she had started to forget things, is that right?
Well, I mean, she's 59-year-old, had a lot of issues. Yes, she was. It was catching up to her.
And you said in your interview to Gerald Ray that she was a little hard to deal with sometimes.
Sometimes. That don't mean she was I'll let that go. You ever dealt with anybody with dementia or any kind of,
Yeah, my grandfather died from
Well,
it. I'm very familiar.
so you know where I'm coming
I
from?
do. I certainly
All right.
do. And I'm
Okay.
gonna treat you,
All right.
treat you right, Bill, I promise.
Oh. Sure is a touchy subject.
I understand.
Watch how you tread, please.
So, she was nervous about DCS being around the house.
Yeah.
wasn't she?
She had, had every reason to be. They had no reason to be there. Somebody told a bunch of lies, got them caught.
Well, she was afraid that DCS might take Jesse, isn't that right?
No, I don't think she was, I don't really think she was scared they was gonna take Jesse.
DCS was there,
They wasn't there for Jesse, they was there on account of Jordan.
that's right.
That's
Exactly right. And they were there because he'd missed school for 6 days, isn't that right?
That wasn't my fault, that wasn't Sherry's fault, that was Jordan's fault.
Let me clear that up. He had not went to school, he hadn't been home in 6 days.
Exactly.
But nobody had called law enforcement from Old Snaps Ferry Road and reported that he hadn't come home from school. responsible, isn't that right?
Well, he was going to school every day,
But he wasn't coming home, was he?
but he wasn't coming home.
But you didn't call anybody in those 6 days to say, hey.
Who was I supposed to call? The young'un jumping out the daggone windows every time you turned around or sneaking off. Who was I supposed to call? I had a feeling where he was at, but I worked with the boy every day. I thought he'd have balls enough to tell me. But apparently not. I'm sorry.
Now, when you say that the black truck was at the top of the driveway, that's from the viewpoint of being at the house, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And so when you leave from the house and you go to the dollar store, you turn to the right, don't you?
Yes.
And when you leave the house to go to Romaine's, you turn left, isn't that
Yes.
right? You never drove toward the dollar store to see if that's where they went?
No. Because I'd give him time enough to be to the dollar store and back. And when the truck was at the top of the hill in my driveway, it wasn't coming from the dollar store either. It was coming from Greenville.
Now, as you were asked on direct examination, eventually you were put in handcuffs, correct?
Yep.
And you went to the sheriff's department?
I went through the process.
Interviewed on 2 separate occasions?
Interviewed on locked in the drunk tank, held till way up in the day. I went through the process.
They took your clothes?
Took my clothes.
You'd remember that interview if you heard it, wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah, well, I remember parts of it, I'm sure. I might not remember it word for word, but yeah, I remember parts of it. The biggest part, I've not changed. I've not told nothing no different now than I told them. I've never changed my story. It's the truth.
I understand.
I ain't sure you do.
Your Honor, I have Mr. Cole's first and second statement on this junk drive. I would like to play a little bit there until he can hear his
Where he
voice.
is, where to find it.
They're 2 separate files, and they are marked 1 and 2.
Can you do that?
I can plug into either that laptop, any laptop, it doesn't matter.
Give us the best sound.
You
You
on?
got exhibit numbers of these?
No, they're not in the exhibit book, Your Honor.
No, but they
Add that.
came from an exhibit.
I'm so sorry?
They came from an exhibit, didn't they?
No,
So
no, Your Honor.
Not a portion of an exhibit?
The state didn't enter them as an exhibit, no. I'm
Are
going
they
to
in the
enter.
exhibit book?
No, they're not in the exhibit book.
Judge, we've never been able to enter a witness, our own witness statements as we did.
I know, I just didn't know if they were put in there for ID purposes or whatever.
We can play wherever we want to.
Okay.
Your Honor, I don't mean to be disrespectful.
Just two questions, look, you want to ask some questions.
Yeah, 2042, Washington Property, 2 million, special ordinary TBI, it's different days, to bring out sheriff's office, meeting, I think, whatever you would put it all.
Like I explained earlier, Mr. Paul, my name is Joe Ray, DDI, this is your investigation. Detective Dave, Sheriff's Office, he's on the phone right now, he's gonna come in here in just a minute. Before he comes in here, he said, Bill Cole, what, is it William?
Are you okay if you come on to Bill? My name's Gerald.
Mr. Cole,
Do you recognize that recording?
Yeah,
Is that your voice that you hear?
yes, sir.
Is that a true and accurate reflection of what you recall of your
Well, from what I
conversation?
heard there, I
Yes, sir.
mean,
Well, I've got to authenticate it first. If you
oh,
believe that's
okay.
right, then
I'm
you can listen
sorry.
to the rest of
Okay,
it.
yeah,
You're
that's,
fine.
that's
Just
my
a
voice.
question to ask. Okay. So that's what you recollect, what
Yep.
little bit you heard. Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to move that in as the next defense exhibit, please.
All right, that'd be exhibit 500.
I don't mean to be disrespectful to you, I really don't.
Mr. Cole, I'm going to treat you.
Well, I'll try my best, but I'm standing up for myself.
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 500 is, audio statement of Bill Cole.
Your Honor, if you give me just a second, I'm going to talk to co-counsel, or to counsel.
Want me to take a brief
I
recess?
think it'd be appropriate.
All right, let's take them out for 10 minutes.
All rise.
10-minute recess.
necessarily agree with that. So we'll just talk about some of those things, and you'll have a chance to say what
Let's
you
go
like.
for it.
Now, this first interview that you had, it was sort of delayed while you guys were waiting on Captain Davis, correct? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And so, you and Special Agent Gerald Ray were just making small talk. Does that
Yeah.
sound right? And in that small talk, you mentioned the fact that he asked you if you watched CSI shows, didn't you?
Yeah,
And you told him that you did watch some cop shows, right?
but not many.
Right, and said something along the lines of sometimes you're messing with a felony. You remember saying that?
So do what?
That sometimes you're messing with a felony. You were just talking about the shows in general. You remember making that statement? It was a throwaway statement, but
Not really, but I ain't gonna say that I did, but I really don't remember. If it's a throwaway statement, why are we even talking about it?
well,
You
it's
know,
not always throwaway. So here we go. You didn't drive the black truck back down to Romaine's, right?
right?
But you had fixed whatever had been wrong with it when you fixed the brakes, is that right?
Yeah, the brakes was the problem. Took it, filled it up with gas, got her ready for the next morning, and parked it in the driveway.
When you talked about Sherry and Jesse, or excuse me, when you talked about Jordan telling you that Sherry and Jesse were up on the hill in a little flat spot, you gave a description of it in your statements. You remember that?
I probably did, but I ain't gonna say word for word that I remember what I said.
Well, let me see if I can help.
All right.
You described it as a flat spot that was always shaded. Isn't that right?
Well, it kinda is for the most part.
There's not a ton of trees up on the hill behind
No,
the
but
house.
there's,
There's a few all clumped together there, about halfway up the hill. Is that right?
well, yeah.
At the top of the hill, it is flat, but there ain't a tree up there
Oh,
between.
there's one or two kinda right at the top, but not necessarily right on top.
Yes, sir.
But they're kinda
Right,
closer to
right
the
as it
top.
starts to turn
Yeah.
and get flat.
Yeah,
And there's several rock
Oh.
cropping out.
eat up with rocks, yeah.
And the flat spot that they like to sit in, there's a rock cropping along with two trees, and it's flat right there. That's the spot, isn't
Yeah,
it?
pretty much.
Now, during your interviews, you made sure to tell the TBI that when you talked about you watched CSI, that you had seen CSI shows, that Jordan liked to watch murder movies, isn't that right?
He did.
And during the process of these two interrogations, they made you go through your story multiple times, didn't they?
Yeah.
And in your first interrogation, there's no mention of you stepping in anything wet, isn't that right?
Well, I don't think I was asked in that.
In the second interview is when that's brought up. Is that best of your
Probably.
recollection? And the reason that you had went to the Bronco, as you stated, is to get your cell phone. It was in the front seat, you said.
Laid it in the front seat.
And so after that, that's when you said that you had put on your shoes after going to the Bronco, right?
Yep.
And it's after, let me back up because I want to make sure that I'm clear about it. At around 8 o'clock-ish, 8:10,
guess.
somewhere in there, it's around 8 o'clock when
Yeah.
you first come outside and you holler the first time.
Yeah, it's getting dark.
It's starting to get dark. It's before the time changed.
I think so.
So, and you go back in the house.
Yeah.
A few minutes go by, based on your statement, we don't know how many, but just a few. And you go back outside, that's when you holler the second time.
Yep.
And that's when you said you noticed that the truck was gone.
Yep.
All right, and you may have either went inside the house at that particular time to look around, but you got, based on your first statement, you do get in a vehicle and drive to Romaine's, correct?
Well, I do at one point, I can't say exactly what order I done what. You don't think in a situation like that. I mean, but yes, I did. I know the first thing I done, went to the Bronco to get my phone because I was gonna call. It wasn't there.
Yes, sir.
So I went back in the house, put my shoes on, I'm pretty sure.
And in your first statement, you told Gerald Gray that all 3 trips that you went to Romaine, you had taken the Honda, isn't that right?
No,
Okay.
no, I don't think so.
Is it true that in the second statement that you told him, oh, wait a minute, I did take the Gray truck the first trip? Does that refresh your memory? Do you believe that?
I told him, I don't know which, but I think I told him first time. I said from the get-go, I took that truck one time, I know. But when I said it, I ain't going,
I understand.
you know, maybe you don't think of it right off the bat.
And between your first statement and your second statement, you had been in the Greene County Jail for 6 hours, isn't that right?
I've been there a while, I
Been there
don't know.
long
I don't
enough
know
not
how
to want
long.
to be there anymore, I'm sure. Now, the first trip to Romaine's is that when the phone call to your cell phone occurs?
I think either the first one or the second one, I'm not gonna say for sure, but I think it was,
And it's
I don't know. I think honestly, it was the second one. I went back home because they wasn't there. I thought, well, maybe I go back home. They just went to the dog store.
And you got to Romaine's at 10 o'clock that night, the first time, isn't that right?
I couldn't tell you really what time I got down there. Probably around there.
And so it's about a 10-minute trip one way?
Yeah.
Okay. And so when you go back to the house and there's nobody there, that's when you use your vehicle to shine some lights
light.
up on the hill. You didn't see anything, and you went up, your flashlight wasn't working, correct?
Yep.
And so you went to the flat spot. They weren't there.
They weren't there.
And by this time, if it's after 10, it's really dark.
Oh yeah, it's pitch dark.
And so you come back down and you go in the house and you look for the note, is that right?
Yep.
And then now we're making the second trip.
Yep.
The second trip is when you tell Romaine to call Rick,
Yeah.
and then you go back the third time and you find the black truck. Now, you
Found-
already made it there.
Found the
Went
black
in
truck
house.
the second time.
Second.
The black truck showed up the second time.
Right. You went in,
I went
you
just
were already there in the house, you came out and noticed the black truck.
exactly. I just kind of looked in Jordan's room to see if I seen a note or something just laying around something. I didn't move nothing. I didn't kick nothing. I just kind of glanced in there to see if I seen a note. Turned around and walked back out.
So you walked in the room.
I don't know that I even walked in the room. I just poked my head in the door.
Okay, and so you moved the black truck up by the burn pile, I guess that's what that is.
Yeah.
Okay. And you took the Honda back down, asked Romaine again to call Rick. She had. He meets you before you get out,
Yep.
out of the way anyway, and you guys go back up.
Yep.
Is that right? Okay. Just 1 second. Okay, Mr. Crum, thank you.
Any redirect?
No, sir, thank you.
Can he stay in the courtroom now?
As far as I'm concerned, I don't know about this.
All right. You're free to go, or you can stay back there in the courtroom and watch if you want to.
I'll sleep with my family. Thank you.
Okay. Call your next witness, State.
Blake Kittredge.
Blake Kittredge, Your Honor.
Blake Ketron, TBI. Agent Ketron, were you here Monday?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay, you were sworn, right?
Yes, sir, I
All
was.
right, you're still under oath. Have a seat right there, scoot up to the mic. Speak up so we can hear you.
All right.
Would you please state your name?
Blake Ketron
How are you presently employed?
with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
What are your present duties with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
I'm an assistant special agent in charge over the Criminal Investigation Division in Johnson City.
Back on April the 24th, 25th, 2022, what was your title and duties?
I was a special agent.
How long have you been in law enforcement?
Approximately 12 years. I started in 2014 at Chattanooga Police Department before getting hired on at TBI down in Marion and Sequatchie counties. I transferred up here during COVID 2020, and I've been up here ever since.
Why did you transfer?
Family. I'm from here.
Now, on April the 25th, 2022, did you become involved in the investigation of the death of a relative older woman and a young boy at 2740 Old Snap Ferry Road here in Greene County, Tennessee?
Can you verify that address?
You're exactly right. It said it wasn't 40 Old Snap Ferry Road.
Yes, sir. I was called to that.
How did you first become involved in the investigation?
I was called by my then supervisor, Christopher Wilhoit, notified of 2 deceased individuals at that address and requested to respond.
About what time did you get the call?
Approximately 1:30 in the morning. I remember that day because it was my wife's birthday, so I woke her up and had her make me some coffee before heading out the door.
About what time did you arrive?
Approximately about 2:30.
Were there any other TBI agents there upon your arrival?
Yes, Agent Stephen Lowe beat me there by probably about 5 minutes.
Can you please tell the members of the jury what you observed upon your arrival about this destination that you went to?
Sure. So I was, like I said, I was notified to respond to this scene. I was told on the phone that I would be the case agent for this investigation and partnering with Greene County Sheriff's Office. With that in mind, we kind of had some preliminary information that the scene was fairly expansive. We made the determination on the phone that we would notify the violent crime response team out of Knoxville. We went ahead and got that ball rolling as I was en route. Once I got there, it was kind of chaotic. There were a lot of cop cars there. There was some personal vehicles there. There were numerous people standing around. Some of them they were identified as witnesses. So one thing that I like to do at the start of any investigation is just kind of observe the scene. So from that point, I think I went with Captain Jeff Davis, and I believe we walked through the scene. It's a single family dwelling on some acreage, I would say. Walked across a little stream there on a concrete drive path. Worked my way past one vehicle and then past a Bronco and then on around to the side of the house, and that's where I observed the 2 deceased individuals.
What did you do then?
So from there, I had to make some calls. As a case agent at that point, I had to start delegating duties. We had a lot to do. and I had to make sure that we got this done as efficiently and professionally as possible. One of the first things that I did was I got Agent Stephen Lowe. He departed the scene to write a search warrant for that property. I was in coordination with the VCRT, trying to make sure that they knew the address, they knew where to come to, kind of gave them some preliminary information. I collected written statements from some individuals that I believe Ring County Sheriff's Office had spoken to already. I did some follow-up interviews with those just to kind of clarify some information there. And at the time that I got there, it was dark, but I knew daylight was coming. And in my initial walkthrough, I noticed that there were some weird, like, tire tracks in the dew in the yard, and I just felt like it was important. I knew that those tire tracks would probably burn off once daylight hit, so I went ahead and collected photographs of that. Believe Sheriff Holt notified me that there was a pizza box that was near the roadway and some pieces of pizza that had been ground into the roadway. Went ahead and collected those. From my recollection, it was a little bit windy that day. I didn't want that box to blow down the road and we lose that if it was of any importance.
I would like you to look, please, at exhibit number 20. And ask if you can identify it.
Yes, sir. That's the residence there, 7140 Old Snaps Ferry Road. This is that walkway I was talking about earlier. Here's the stream. Right here is a black Ford Ranger. Here's a silver Ford F-150. Here's the Bronco. And this is the primary, what we determined to be the primary entry and ingress point of the residence.
Does that accurately reflect what you were seeing that day?
It does.
Would you make it an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Be fine.
Would you please look at exhibit number 21? Can you tell the members of the jury what that shows?
Yes, so here we're outside the crime scene tape. This is the Ford Bronco. Right here, if you see that reddish brown substance, we believe that to be blood at the time. This picture just kind of depicts the location of the Bronco and that blood.
Does it accurately reflect what you were seeing at that time?
It does.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
Yes, sir, I would.
That'd be fine.
Would you please look at exhibit number 22?
Not the best photo, a little dark. But we're still here at the Bronco. I believe I took this picture because I wanted to kind of show how dark it was actually out there. I'm using a flashlight here. I'm not using the flash on the camera. But yeah, here's the Ford Bronco, and we're in the general area that I took that other
There was
picture.
no lighting out there at that time.
No, we're out in the country.
Very dark.
Yes, sir.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
That'd be fine.
Would you please look at exhibit number 23? Please tell the members of the jury what that reflects.
So I've moved a little bit towards the house at this point. I'm outside the crime scene tape. Here's that entry exit of the main residence. Right over here, you'll see the bodies of Jesse and Sherry.
Does that accurately reflect what you were seeing that morning?
It does.
Would you make it an exhibit to your testimony?
That'd be fine.
I would.
Would you look at exhibit 24?
Again, just another picture, very similar to the first. I've kind of tried to fill the frame here to make sure we capture both of the victims. This is Jesse, and this is Sherry.
You said you were seeing other things that morning on the outside.
Yes.
What other things were you seeing that you've told us about? That you
Sure.
were-
Yeah, so tire tracks, we saw I saw the tire tracks in the dew. There were various areas of blood between the Bronco, which would have been back over here, and the main entry and exit of the residence.
Would you look at, please, exhibit number 25? Please tell the members of the jury what that shows in those early morning hours that you got there.
Sure. So again, this is the Ford Bronco. Right here is that reddish brown substance that we believe to be blood. Over here, it's dark and you can't see it, but this is the general area where we smell some additional areas of blood.
Does that accurately reflect what you were seeing that morning?
It does.
Did you make it an exhibit to your testimony as well as the photograph before that?
Yes, I would.
Let me file.
Would you please look at exhibit number 29? Please tell us fully what you see in there.
Sure. So these are some, I initially believed these right here to be tire tracks. I believe looking at it right now, it may be actual footprints coming in the dew, but this kind of pictures what we're dealing with here and why I went ahead and took these photographs. This is obviously, once the sun comes up, we'll lose those prints and tracks in the dew.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Let me file.
Would you please look at exhibit number 30? Please tell the members of the jury what that shows.
Sure. So again, this is in the dew. You can see what I believe to be tire tracks right there and right there in the yard.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Let me file.
Exhibit 31.
So for lack of a better term, I would call this smash pizza. This is pizza that was in the roadway there that Sheriff Holt kind of directed me to when I arrived on scene.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Let me file.
Would you please look at exhibit number 33? Please tell the members of the jury what that exhibit shows.
Yes, sir. So this is Old Snaps Ferry Road right here, barbed wire fence adjacent to the property. Right here is the pizza box that I mentioned earlier, and then you also see some additional little pieces of smashed pizza on the roadway.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Let me file.
Exhibit 34. Would you please tell the members of the jury what you observed in that exhibit?
So this is just a closer up photo of the pieces of pizza that have been smashed into the roadway.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Let me file.
Would you please look at exhibit 35? Please tell the members of the jury what that shows and how it helps explain your testimony.
Sure. So this is a pizza box here that Sheriff Holt had pointed out. Earlier in my initial briefing with some of the officers that were on scene, there was mention that Mr. Allen had fled or ran through this field and discarded a pizza box. So that's why I felt like that was important. We try to corroborate all of our statements.
When you refer to Mr. Allen, you're referring to the defendant, is that right?
Correct, Jordan Allen.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Let me file.
Would you please look at exhibit 37? Please tell the members of the jury what that photograph shows.
This is just a closer up photograph of that pizza box. You can see pieces of pizza that had fallen out of the box. It's kind of wedged up against that barbed wire fence, and that was its final resting place where I found it.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Let me file.
Would you please look at exhibit 38? I ask if you can identify it.
Yeah. So this is actually my hand here. I've put latex gloves on to start the collection process of this pizza box, and I'm just taking a photograph during that collection process.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
Yes.
Exhibit 39.
This is myself. This is my hand. I'm holding up the pizza box. Just get a photograph of the front of the pizza box.
Now, what do you do with that pizza box?
I end up collecting it, and by collecting it, I mean I obviously take it from its place that we found it, and I put it in a paper bag, seal that bag up, and if need be, we would send that to the lab later for examination and testing.
I would show you exhibit 456 and ask if you can identify it. What is that exhibit? What is that an image of?
So this is the actual paper bag that I collected the pizza box. It's inside. You can see here, this is our TBI case number. This is what it is, Little Caesars Pizza Box. This is the date and the time that I collected it, and I collected it, so I put my name there. Right here, this is an evidence inventory tag that shows that it was logged into the Johnson City Field Office evidence storage room.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
That'd be fine.
Would you please look at exhibit 456, paren 1?
Yeah, so that's just a picture of the pizza box that we saw out there on the scene.
That was collected and placed in that bag? that you
Correct.
showed?
Yes.
Would you make it an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
That'd be fine.
Now I would ask you please to look at exhibit 41 and ask if you can identify it.
Yeah, so here this is a little bit closer to daylight. As you guys can see, it's getting a little brighter. Here's that Ford F-150. Here's the Ford Bronco, and here's the residence with the main entry and egress point for the home. Right here, you can see the black Ford Ranger.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
That'd be fine.
Would you please look at exhibit 43? I ask if you can identify it.
Yes, that is the black Ford Ranger that we observed on scene and was used by Jordan Allen to go to Little Caesars.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Would you look at exhibit 44?
So this is the same Ford Ranger. This is just the shot of the driver's side. Again, it's the black Ford Ranger used by Jordan Allen to go to Little Caesars.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
That'd be fine.
Exhibit 46?
This is the passenger side, same vehicle, black Ford Ranger there at the property. It's getting a little bit brighter there, so you see a better photo of it.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Exhibit 47?
This is, again, same Ford Ranger, passenger side. Back here, you can see some tire impressions here on the grass, and you can kind of see where the dew was and kind of how it's starting to burn off, which is why I took the photos earlier.
What was the topography of that ground around there?
It was uneven. The whole area is very hilly. We're in Upper East Tennessee, so hard to find a flat spot.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Exhibit number 50?
Again, this is more of the bed of the Ford Ranger. This is Old Snaps Ferry Road. You can kind of see where the sunlight's starting to hit things. There's not dew present, but there's dew present still a little bit in the shaded off areas.
I want to ask you to look at exhibit 51. Ask if you can identify it. And what
Yes.
you were noticing that morning and how it explains your testimony.
Sure. Yes, so this is the black Ford Ranger again, getting more daylight hours, see it a little bit better. We can see that the dew has pretty much evaporated all around in here, and this just kind of shows proximity of the Ford Ranger to the rest of the Bronco in the home.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
That'd be fine.
Exhibit 52. Would you please tell the members of the jury what that shows?
Yes, so 52 is, we're getting back towards the rear of the Ford Ranger, and you can see the tire marks here in what's left of the dew.
As it's lightening up, it's getting a little more clear.
It
that
is,
right?
yes.
Exhibit 54.
This is the rear of the Ford Ranger. You can see the license plate there, and then you can also see the main residence there.
Exhibit 55.
This is just a close-up photo, so we can capture the tag that was on the vehicle at the time.
Show you exhibit 58. What does that photograph reflect?
So this is the area behind the Ford Ranger. You guys, you can see that the dew is pretty much completely melted off at this point.
Why did you believe those tire tracks were important as the investigation continued?
Well,
Agent Blake mentioned.
that early in the investigation, you really don't know. You don't know what's important and what's not. So what I try to do is just document as best as I can. Anytime we go out to the scene, you look for just oddities, and tire tracks in the yard just seemed a little odd to me. So I wanted to make sure I documented that.
Did you later come into in your investigation to believe it tied in with something?
It did.
We'll show you Exhibit 60 and ask if you can identify it.
Yes. So again, you can see the tire tracks there. A little bit of the dew still left, and I think this is the shadow of the Ford Ranger.
And we'll show you Exhibit 61.
You want to file that 60, right?
Yes, Your
Let
Honor.
it be filed.
61, this was kind of, I believe this to be a vehicle chassis, but it was kind of a junk pile there. There's a child's bicycle right here. Took this photo just to kind of continue to document the scene as I saw it.
Did you make it an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Exhibit 62.
Let it be filed.
So I took this photo standing on the little driving walking bridge there. You can kind of see a little bit of a tire right there. This is facing back out towards Old Snaps Ferry Road. Here's the stream, and you can see I believe this was the furthest most first responder vehicle that was on scene at that time was the ambulance.
Did you make it an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Let it be filed.
I would like to show you exhibit number 63 and ask if you can identify it.
Yes, now we're working our way around the house. You see a child's play toy here of a little dump truck. I would consider this the back porch of the residence.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Let it be filed.
Exhibit 64.
Yes, we're just continuing on. This is kind of a side view of the residence. You can see we're progressing through the crime scene. Over here's the Ford Bronco for reference. Right here would be the stairs and the main entry. And over here is what I would consider the back porch of the residence.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Exhibit 65.
So now we're kind of shooting a photograph back for reference, just to kind of paint the picture of where we're at in the scene. Ford Bronco again, F-150, main entry and exit of the residence.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Let it be filed.
Exhibit 66.
So this is what I would consider the back porch of this residence. We've just progressed on around the home, just documenting as we go with photographs what the scene looked like.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Let it be filed.
67.
So here you can kind of see some tire impressions here in the grass. This is out back around where that back porch area is where I'm standing when I take this photograph.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Exhibit 68.
Here we're just continuing on around the residence. We're starting to come to that far corner where the victims' bodies are around this corner over here on this side of the house. I believe we see some tire tracks here.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Let it be filed.
Exhibit 69.
Yeah, so here you can see the tire tracks a little bit better. Up here is the hillside, and then on around here is where the victims are located.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Exhibit 70.
Again, tire tracks in the grass right through here, coming off the dirt road. There's the Ford Ranger, the Bronco for reference, and the back porch area of the residence.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Exhibit 72.
Yeah, so here we're just continuing on around the side of the residence as we keep going. This is the side of where the victims' bodies were located. Up here is the hillside, the hilltop. You see the crime scene tape all around the residence.
Would you make that an Exhibit 2 testimony?
I would.
Now, Agent Ketron, you said that in the early hours of your investigation, you're looking for things that might stand out, oddities, things you don't even understand,
Sure.
just things that are odd.
Yeah.
Did you later come to believe that you had found an answer to these tire tracks?
Yes, in the interview we did with Bill Cole. Mr. Cole stated that he had used his vehicle, the headlights on his vehicle, to drive around his property to kind of help him see a little bit better.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 73.
Okay, here we've almost made it all the way around the house at this point. We kind of started over here with our first set, and we've progressed on around the house. Our victims' bodies are right here. This is kind of like a cellar door almost, so it's kind of obscure, but the victims' bodies are right here. You can see that at this point, our VCRT team is on scene at this point, and it looks like they're starting to set up.
Would you make that an Exhibit 2 testimony?
I would.
And 74.
Again, we've returned back to the black Ford Ranger. You can see the tire tracks here in the grass.
Will you make all the pictures, every exhibit, did they accurately reflect what you were seeing that morning?
Yes.
And would you make them all Exhibits 2 testimony?
Yes.
Let them be filed.
Now, Agent Ketron, did you assist in interviews in the investigation of this case?
I did.
Did you assist in the interview with Bill Cole, the interviews with Bill Cole?
I did.
Did you assist in the interviews of the defendant, Jordan Allen?
I did.
You were a part of that questioning.
I was.
Would it be fair to say that you observed each one of them closely during the course of those
Yes, that's fair.
interviews?
Yes.
You saw various things about the clothes.
Mhm.
You had the opportunity to talk to them and hear their answers.
I did, yes.
I'd like to show you Exhibit 480. Agent Ketron, can you tell the members of the jury what that's an image of?
Yes, I can.
Please tell the members of the jury what 480 is an image of.
Yes. So this is labeled as an FTA card, and what we know this as is a DNA standard. When someone goes to an autopsy in a matter like this, there's usually a DNA sample collected. This was specifically for Jesse Allen. This is Jesse Allen's DNA standard. I've taken this, I received this from Agent Emily Durand, who had picked it up at William L. Jenkins Forensic Center. She had brought it to Johnson City. I had put our case number on this envelope, my name, TBI, and this would have been the 7th item, I believe, that I submitted to the lab in that sequence. We have to put all this information on for our lab to accept it, that way they can match everything up.
You followed through that entire process.
Yes.
Would you make that an Exhibit 2 testimony?
Yes.
Let it be filed.
Exhibit 482. I show you that image and ask if you
Yep.
can identify that image in Exhibit 482.
Yes. So again, this is again from William L. Jenkins Forensic Center from autopsy. This was from Sherry Cole. Again, we have FTA card here, which is a DNA sample. I've taken this again from Agent Emily Duran. I took custody of this. I put our necessary information on, submitted this as the 12th item in that sequence that I submitted to the TBI crime lab.
You You did submit it to the TBI crime lab.
Yes.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
Be filed.
Exhibit 465. Do you recognize that image?
I do.
Would you please tell the members of the jury fully about that image, how you came to be involved with that image, and what you ended up doing with that image?
Yes. So following the conclusion of the last interview with the defendant, Allen, a search warrant was authored for his DNA to obtain a DNA standard. I believe that was by Agent Emily Duran. Those swabs were collected. It's just a swab of the cheeks. It's non-invasive, collected, and then packaged inside this envelope. You can see, again, the TBI case number, what the items are, 2 buccal swabs of Jordan Allen, and the packaging that the buccal swabs were in, my name, and here is where it's actually went to the lab. Looks like exhibit number 25 as a DNA standard for defendant Jordan Allen.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Would you please look at exhibit 465, paren 1? What is 465, paren 1?
So these are actually the individual swabs that were collected from Jordan Allen. Here is the original packaging that was in. I've repackaged that in a paper envelope to send to the lab. So, but this is the original, and you can see that it was recovered by Agent Duran on 4/25/22.
And that did get to the lab.
It did.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
Yes.
Would you please look at exhibit 466? Please talk to us fully about that one. I think there's a date on it that I'd like for you to talk about.
Sure. So this is these are the buccal swabs of Bill Cole and the original packaging. I received this and repackaged this on 5/5/22 to send to the TBI crime lab. You can see here it did go to the TBI crime lab. I can't make out the date there, but it looks like it was. I can't make out the date right there, but it did go to the TBI crime lab as a DNA standard for Bill Cole.
And you got that from the Greene County Detention Center?
Yeah, Greene County Sheriff's
Jeff
Office.
Davis.
Yes,
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Same thing about 466 paren 1. And on these, Agent Ketchum, if you'll tell them where you got them from so
Sure.
we can complete the full
Yes.
process.
So again, here are the cotton applicators, the swabs, and these are the packaging that they come in. Here's the original plastic packaging that they were collected in, and you see the date 4/25/22. 2 buccal swabs collected, Greene County Sheriff's Department, belonging to Clarence Cole, Bill Cole. These items were stored at the Greene County Sheriff's Office, brought to me, I believe, by Agent Gerald Ray, and then subsequently submitted to the TBI crime lab for analysis.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Would you please do the same thing as it relates to exhibit 472?
So 472 is, again, it's a paper bag containing Bill Cole's pants and belt. You can see that it was originally at Greene County Sheriff's Department. I took custody of that. Here's our case number. And then I believe Gerald Ray actually brought that to me and then submitted to the TBI crime lab.
Gerald, Agent Ray brought it to you?
Yes,
You took
Agent-
it to the TBI crime lab?
Yes, Agent Gerald Ray brought it to me.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
Yes.
Would you please do the same and follow through on exhibit 474?
So 474 is going to be the shirt of Bill Cole. Looks like it was collected 4/25/22 by Agent Gerald Ray at 4:50 a.m. It was stored at the Greene County Sheriff's Department until Agent Ray brought it to me, which was later submitted to the TBI Crime Lab for analysis.
I would ask you, please, would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
That'd be fine.
Ask you to please look at 483 and ask if you can identify it.
So 483 is a property receipt, TBI. This is where items were taken by me from the Johnson City Field Office temporary storage area to the Knoxville temporary storage area. Those items were taken out of the Knoxville temp storage area and literally like walked across the building to the TBI Crime Lab for submission.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
That'd be fine.
Would you please look at exhibit 480?
So
Please tell the members of the jury about it, the image 480. Image in exhibit
Yeah.
480.
we might have already covered this one. 480 is the DNA standard for Jesse Allen. Again, it's got our TBI crime or TBI number, case number, my name, and this was the 7th item submitted at that point in that sequence.
Ask you please look at exhibit 486.
480 you want in.
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
That'd be introduced.
486.
So at the TBI Crime Lab, they keep a kind of a folder of kind of the chain of custody for all the items of evidence that come in. This would be like the inside flap of that. Whenever evidence is returned, you have to sign for that evidence to be returned. I see my name here, and this would have been for the release of a black Ford Ranger on 5/5/22.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
That'd be fine.
Exhibit 487. Go ahead, please tell us about exhibit 487.
487's the same picture.
Okay. Would you make it an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
That'd be fine.
All the items that you referred to, you made sure they got to the TBI Crime Lab.
Yes.
You may ask.
All right, so you arrived, I believe you said that was around 3 a.m., somewhere close to that?
Approximately 2:31.
And as part of your debrief with the Greene County Sheriff's Department, there were people ID'd to you as witnesses, correct?
Correct.
One of those would have been Brian Broadwater.
Yes, sir.
You interviewed Mr. Broadwater.
Briefly, I collected his written statement that a deputy had. I reviewed that statement, and then I just asked some very brief oral follow-up questions with him.
You did not interview Connie Little.
No, I did not.
She was at the scene, though.
I believe so, yes.
And Roger Broadwater?
Yes, spoke with him briefly.
Now, certainly at 2:30 a.m., it's a lot darker than it is around 8 o'clock p.m., isn't it?
Absolutely.
Now, some of the photographs of the tire marks, I sort of lost where they may be in the yard. So that's
Sure.
where I'm going to the next line of questioning.
Okay, yeah.
It was obvious, though, that there had been a vehicle that ran parallel to the fence row on the right-hand side of the property behind the Ford Ranger, is that right?
Yes, there was a vehicle there were some tire marks that were back behind the Ford Ranger, and there were also tire marks on the other. They essentially went all the way around the house.
Now, did I hear you correctly that it curved in front of the Bronco? I mean, couldn't go up behind it, obviously.
I don't know if I said anything about curving behind the Bronco, but there behind that Ford Ranger, there were tire tracks.
Right. There were tire tracks, looked like to me, all the way up to where the big hill starts on the back of that property, wasn't it?
Are we talking about over towards the rear of the house?
I believe it may be Exhibit 37. No, that's not it, I'm sorry. Maybe it's Exhibit 30. I was way off. Exhibit 52, Special Agent Ketchum. Those two tire tracks that are running parallel with the fence road, right?
Yes, sir.
And those go, they appear to me to go all the way up until the hill starts where the rocks are at.
Yes, sir. It looks like they.
And there looks like there's some return tire marks that are coming from left to right.
Over here? Are you talking about over here?
Diagonally, yes, sir, right there where you're laid.
Yes, sir. There's several tire tracks out there.
So it doesn't appear that it turned into the cattle pasture to turn around. It turned around toward the house and came back down.
It could.
Okay. All right. I think I have a better idea now. Thank you. Now, as the lead agent, you said you delegated the search warrant for the house to Special Agent Lowe, Stephen Lowe.
Stephen Lowe, yes, sir.
All right, but there was no search warrant created for the gray or silver F-150, is that right?
The gray or silver F-150 would have been encompassed within the search warrant, the curtilage, and the vehicles on scene.
It would have been taken to, it would either have been searched on scene or it would have been taken to the TBI lab in Knoxville, correct?
It would have been searched on scene. If there was anything substantial we felt like we needed to take it to the crime lab, then yes, it would have been transferred to the crime lab.
Same thing with the Honda?
Same thing with the Honda, yes.
And we would see pictures if it had been inventoried or searched, right? With the doors open, the contents inside of it.
Yes, the response team would have done that.
And so if those images don't exist, then they didn't search them, right?
They may have done a cursory search. You would have to ask one of them. I don't know.
One moment. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I do have just a few read questions, very few.
All right.
There's just a few questions to clear up our lab, if you will. Please, would you look at Exhibit 488, Collective 488? Would you please fully tell what's going on there as it relates to the lab?
Yes, sir. Okay, so again, like I talked about earlier, they keep a folder, a book at the lab that documents a chain of custody for items of evidence that come in for processing and are returned. When you go down to the lab and you collect items there for, I guess, final disposition to come back to us after all the testing's done, they ask you to sign the inside flap. Case in point, my name's here. I went down that day and released the Ford Bronco 5522. Chris Wilhoit would have picked up evidence on 9/28/22, and SAC Derek Newport would have collected or picked up evidence 6/20/23.
Was all that evidence brought back?
It was.
Would you make that, you've already made that an exhibit to your testimony. I would ask you to look at 486, page 2.
488 was not an exhibit.
Would you make, well, I'll make that an exhibit to the testimony.
File.
I would.
Would you make would you look please at 486 and page 2 of 486?
So 486 is a property receipt. This is documenting that on 9/28/22, for this case, ASAC Chris Wilhoit received from Leanne Corbett there at the lab, one hammer from bedroom, would have been, I believe, marker number 24. This would have been the lab number and the exhibit number. You can see there is Corbett's signature, there is Wilhoit's signature. Wilhoit has brought this on 9/28/22 at 2:47 and released it to the DA's office to April Allen.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
That'd be fine. Mike, would you pass this to the witness?
This one doesn't have a number?
Does not. Just completes our process.
Okay. So
been
this
agreed
will be
upon.
501.
I think it'll be 500 because we didn't enter
We
the
didn't
jump
use,
drive.
we didn't use audio, okay, 500.
I'll show you that document and ask if you can identify it.
I can. So this is a property receipt dated June 22nd, 2023. And on that date, April Allen with the DA's office received from myself a bag containing pizza box and various other items related to this case.
You've got those listed and identified,
I do. Would you like me to read them?
and you brought all those back.
Yes, sir, I did.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
So we filed exhibit 500. Property receipt, bag of. Your Honor, I just have a quick brief, okay?
Detective, Special Agent Catcher, you collected some samples from where Bill Cole had been sitting in Rick Williams' vehicle.
I did.
You sent that off to be tested. Sent a
Believe it.
request for it to be tested.
I believe so.
But it was not, was it?
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
That's all I have.
Yes,
Thank you
sir.
very much.
Anything else from him?
No, we're good, thank you.
Is he free to go?
He is, Your Honor.
You're free to go. Call your next witness.
Let me see, it's Andrew Long, is that who it is, Your Honor?
Who'd you say?
Andrew Long is what he said.
Long.
Yes. Andrew.
Also, were you sworn on Monday?
No, sir.
Raise your right hand, be sworn. You solemnly swear affirm the testimony and give me the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
All right, what's your step up there, get up there, have a seat, get comfortable, speak up.
Would you please state your name?
Andrew Long.
How are you employed?
I'm employed with the Greene County Sheriff's Department.
How long have you been in law enforcement?
Total of 11, right at 11 years.
And how long have you been with the Greene County Sheriff's Department?
That's total was 11 years. I've been on patrol right at 8.
What are your duties as a patrol deputy?
So I respond to on-scene calls. I've recently picked up the K-9 unit. When this incident took place, I was not. But respond to calls, normal cop activities.
Did you respond to dispatch on April 24th, April 25th, 2022 here in Greene County?
I did.
Did you go to Old Snap Ferry Road?
I did.
What time did you receive that dispatch?
It was somewhere close to midnight.
What did you do upon receiving that dispatch?
So when something like that comes out, well, we didn't know what we were going to. We were told to get there. So me and multiple deputies took off.
Were you running emergency equipment?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any idea about how long it took you to get to that scene?
I don't recall.
Please tell the members of the jury what you observed, what you saw upon your arrival.
So I was probably second or third there. So when I got there, it was still a chaotic scene. There was multiple vehicles in the driveway. The first deputy that was there, I saw him moving towards the residence. I actually parked at the road. So when I got there, my first instinct was to go towards the house. So that's what I did. Walked around the house. I saw two individuals appeared to be deceased, laying side by side, kind of on top of each other. I immediately checked them for a pulse. There was no pulse, no signs of life. As I was doing that, I looked up and I heard a noise coming from inside the house. I asked the other deputies that were there, I said, is anybody inside the house? Who else is here? The house hadn't been cleared yet, so I said, well, let's go clear the house. Let's make sure nobody else is inside. So that's when I did that.
Did anyone go in the home with you?
Yes, there was 3 or 4 of us, I believe.
Where did you go in the home?
So the door that I entered, I'm assuming that's what they use, I'm not positive, was the side. There's a front door on the very front, and then the side entrance that was closest to where I was at. There was 3 or 4 steps, and then a little, best way to describe it is a little outbuilding type thing, like mud room, we'll call it. So after I went in there, you go into the kitchen. There's another bedroom to the left, and then I kept funneling through the house, make sure there was nobody else inside the residence.
Was there anything in particular, Deputy Long, that stood out to you when you entered that house and as you were looking through the house?
So through my career, I've cleared a fair share of buildings. The only thing that stood out and I felt was odd and kind of alarming was when you first went inside the house, as soon as you opened that side door, you could hear the TV blaring. It was oddly loud. But that was...
In fact, you've come to believe that was the sound you heard in the house.
I believe so. I mean, that's, like I said, once we cleared the house, there was nobody inside. So I can only come to believe that the noise that I heard as I was checking the pulses was the TV from the outside of the house.
Were you wearing body cam?
I was.
That particular evening?
Yes.
And was it operating?
Yes.
Have you reviewed your body cam, and does it accurately reflect what was shown, what you observed that evening?
It does.
I'll ask you first to look at Exhibit 420. That is exhibit 420 paren 1. You have even put your signature on that, is that right?
Yes.
You have reviewed it and it accurately reflects what you
Yes.
asked now that be played. Just play.
This one on the TV screens. And they get the lights on.
I'll tell you what I'm gonna do, Your Honor. We're going to play all the clips of this particular exhibit.
Okay.
So I would ask Ms. Allen to just go to the very first clip. We're just gonna play
They're all
the
under
third.
421, 420 paren 1, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Judge, all the clips are actually on exhibit 420.
Okay.
I just don't think she had that particular order ready to go in fact.
It wouldn't load.
Okay. All right.
420. All of them, all of them,
Not paren 1.
all of them, 420.
It says redacted CD and 420 paren 1.
We can explain if the court wants us to.
Okay,
approach.
all right. I just didn't know whether to mark 420 or 420 paren 1. 21, but I'm marking off the exhibits as they go.
PLC.
Are you fucking serious? So close it off. No, they're stiff, they're already. Roger, Roger, I dealt with him somewhere, I know that name, I don't know. Well, he said it was something, but that's. Christians, I heard somebody. That's a little more than death row. I would, I didn't say anything, but of course. I'll go on the fire truck. Does this guy say that they're related to Rick? Come on, baby. You don't want to go in there. Hey. Come on. Come on. I do. We're gonna change your vehicle again.
Deputy Long, on that particular evening, you did see Bill Cole.
Yes,
You saw blood on the back of his pants.
I did.
Did you make that tape and exhibit to your testimony?
Yes.
Absolutely fine. Cross-examine?
Yes, Your Honor. Now, Deputy Long, the reason that in that video you were changing Bill Cole from one cruiser to the next was to get another look at that, the blood on the back of his leg, is that right?
I don't recall.
But Deputy Carr, I imagine, is the one who told you about the blood on the back of his leg? Did you observe it yourself in that process?
I mean, you saw on the video how dark it was. I don't know when it was seen. I know as I got him out of the vehicle, it was observed on his pant leg.
Now, each of the deputies that were on the scene have body cam footage, correct?
Yes.
And so, I would imagine there's some sort of procedure on how those things are supposed to be used with the sheriff's department, is that right?
So typically, yes, but like you saw in that video, we had 3 different videos. I didn't cut it off on any of those occurrences. We've since upgraded our body cams, but
So that was one continuous? or
the last video may have been a new one, but as I was walking out there, I didn't intentionally turn that off or anything.
And granted, this isn't somebody you're pulling over on the side of the road. Do you have to manually turn it on as you
Yes.
were going up? And on your way to the house there, I saw Deputy Chad Moore, he'd already been up that way.
Mhm.
And saw Deputy Frank Cedillo and Lieutenant, I believe Earl Meisinger, all of you entered the house.
Yes.
Was Lieutenant Meisinger and Deputy Cedillo, did they come up behind you?
They went in front of me into the house.
So all the 3 of you went up, not necessarily together, I guess, but all around the same time?
Yes.
When you met up with Deputy Chad Moore, correct?
You're talking about when we arrived on
Yeah,
the scene?
when you first go up there and what we saw in the video, you walked up and you saw?
So yes, when we first walked up to the house, they were behind me. Yes.
All right. So, and you learned that Brian Roger Broadwater been back there to see the bodies, correct?
I didn't know that anybody came back and looked at the
So
bodies.
you
No.
didn't know that, all right, fair enough. But there was at least 4 sheriff's deputies that had walked up through there, saw where the bodies were, and then cleared the house, correct?
Yes.
1 second. And obviously, you wouldn't be reviewing the other deputies' body cam footages. You just take care of your own, make sure it's uploaded when you come in, into the office from time to time.
Yes.
Say you were at the scene for a long time, weren't you?
I wasn't. I cleared up. Once everything kind of calmed down, TBI was on scene. The county doesn't shut down just because we have something like this go on, so I cleared up to go answer other calls.
Do you have any idea what time you left?
I don't.
Nothing further, thank you.
Anything else from him?
No, sir, thank you.
You're free to go.
He is.
You're free to go.
Thank you,
for
sir.
being here. Call your next witness.
Jeff Davis.
What was the name again?
Mr. Davis?
Oh,
Jeff
Davis.
Davis.
Jeff Davis. You were sworn on Monday, right?
Yes, sir.
Would you please state your name?
It's Jeff Davis,
Where are you employed?
the Greene County Sheriff's Department.
In what capacity are you presently employed?
I'm a captain in the Criminal Investigation Division.
On the date of this April 2022, what role were you playing?
At that time, I was a lieutenant in the NCID.
Presently, as that captain, you're in charge of the detectives?
Yes, sir.
Present. How long have you been in law enforcement?
Since December of 1993.
How long have you been with the Greene County Sheriff's Department?
I've only worked for one department. I've been there the entire time.
And is it fair to say you started where at the Sheriff's Department?
I started out working at the jail.
You moved to where?
I went from the jail to patrol to, I was on patrol for 9 years. I was a patrol sergeant for 9 more years. In 2013, I transferred to investigations, CID division. And in 2020, I was promoted to lieutenant. And then when Jeff Morgan retired in 2022, I took over as captain.
Were you, Detective Davis, called out to play a part in the investigation of 2 persons found dead at 7140 Old Snap Ferry Road here in Greene County?
Yes, sir.
At what time did you get that call?
It was a little after midnight.
Where were you at when you got that call?
I was at home in bed.
What did you do upon receiving that call, Detective Davis?
Got up and got dressed and responded to the scene.
About what time did you arrive?
It was a little after 1 o'clock. I believe it was about 1:02 a.m.
Please tell the members of the jury what you saw yourself upon that arrival.
As has been stated before, there was a lot of patrol officers who were already at the scene. Several other people at the road. I walked around the scene with Special Agent Ketron from the TBI. We found out that the TBI's violent crime response team was responding, so we kind of stayed back to let them get there to do their thing. It was around that time we figured out we probably needed to do a search warrant. A search warrant needed to be done for the property and for the vehicles. So Agent Stephen Lowe was tasked by Kettering with doing the search warrant, so they asked me if I would accompany him back to our office to open our office up, to give him a place to work, and to help him if he needed help finding a local judge to sign the search warrant.
Now, if I can go back to the scene just very, very briefly. Did you see Bill Cole at the time you were at the scene?
I believe he was already in a patrol car when I arrived on scene. I don't recall seeing him at the scene. I may have, but if I did, it was just briefly. They might have let him out of the car to smoke one time or something, or I might have actually seen him when they was transferring. I just honestly don't remember at this point.
Did you see the defendant Jordan Allen that evening at the scene?
Same thing. He was already in a patrol car by the time I got there, and I do not remember seeing him at the scene.
But you were briefed about the situation concerning his guardianship.
Yes, sir.
Or at least the guardians that he had
Yes.
at the time. Can you tell the members of the jury what you were faced with on learning about who the guardians might be of the defendant?
Okay. We were informed at the scene that there were 4 people that lived in the house. There were 2 adults and 2 juveniles. 2 of those were dead. They were deceased behind the house. One of the adults and one of the juveniles. The 2 people that were still alive were the other juvenile and the other adult. We really didn't know what to do with Jordan at that point. We couldn't turn him loose, being in the middle of the night like that. We couldn't just let him go walk down the road or something. For all we knew, the other adult that he lived with was a suspect in the murder of 2 other people. So we just left him where he was at for then. One of the things that I did when I got back to the office was call DCS to get them involved in the process so they could make a determination where he needed to be placed later.
Now, as you told the members of the jury already, you were not at that scene very long.
I was not. Maybe about an hour and a half.
You came in to help another agent, TBI, get a search warrant.
Correct.
Did you play a part in the interviews with Bill Cole?
Yes.
How many interviews did you play a part in with Bill Cole?
Both of the interviews. I came in just a little bit late on one of them, but I was involved in both interviews.
Did you play a part in the interviews of the defendant, Jordan Allen?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that you played a part in the questioning, had an opportunity to view both Mr. Cole and Mr. Allen as they answered questions?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the taking into control, handling of evidence at the Greene County Sheriff's Department?
I am.
Did you have occasion to handle evidence in this case?
I did.
I would like to show you Exhibit 483 and ask if you can identify it.
That is one of the Greene County Sheriff's Department's evidence logs that we use. It is a log detailing the buccal swabs taken from Clarence Cole, also boots, a shirt, and pants and a belt taken from Bill Cole, Clarence William Cole, and also the buccal swabs taken from Jordan Allen.
It shows you're the submitting officer, so they have all the stuff submitted to you.
Yes.
Please tell the members of the jury what you did with those items.
Those items were placed into our evidence room, our secure evidence room, and then it looks like on May the 5th of 2022, they were signed out by our evidence technician, Angie Weems. They were signed out to Agent Gerald Ray with the TBI.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
Yes.
Let it be filed.
Was a gag order put down in this case sometime shortly after?
Objection, relevance.
Did you release information?
Object?
Yes, objection, relevance, I don't understand what a gag order has any relevance to anything.
How would it have relevance?
May we approach for just one? Sheriff's Department or any other agency that you are aware of release information about certain details of this particular offense?
There were a few details released about it. The petitions that were filed were eventually made public, but there was very few details released about it.
Can you tell the members of the jury whether or not the detail about the possible use of a screwdriver was released to the public?
To my knowledge, that information was never released to the public. It wasn't released by the Greene County Sheriff's Department.
And as far as you know, it was not released by anyone?
To my knowledge, that's correct.
Do you know who Ronnie Hale is?
I do.
Ronnie Hale was in the Greene County Jail.
Yes, sir.
Did Ronnie Hale come forward to give information about this case?
He did.
And do you believe he gave details that had not been released?
I do believe he did, yes.
Do you know who was he ever in custody in the same location as the defendant in this case?
According to the records at the jail, he was.
Was he also in the same area and location of a Carlos?
Yes.
Do you know who I'm referring to when I
I
say
do.
Carlos?
I do.
What is Carlos's last name?
It's Carlos Lowe, Lowe.
You have verified all of that?
Yes, sir.
You say you interviewed the defendant, Jordan Allen?
Yes.
Interviewed him 3 times?
Yes.
is the person who was charged as lead detective, it was the person who was charged with this crime. Is he present in this courtroom?
He is. He's at the defendant's table beside Mr. Rooster.
That's the person, thank you. This occurred in Greene County, Tennessee.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Eastep?
Yes, sir. Detective, give me just a, Captain, give me just a second.
You're fine.
Give me just a second. You were able to identify Carlos Lowe, obviously, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he goes by, or has a nickname, doesn't he?
That's what we were told, yes.
I'd like to show you a driver's license photo. Considering you have access to the Greene County Detention Center's booking photos, I'm sure you looked at that when you were trying to figure out who Carlos Lowe was, right?
Yes.
Okay. The image that I've given you, does that appear to be Carlos Lowe?
It does.
Fair and accurate reflection of what you know to be Carlos Lowe?
Yes.
I'd like to enter that as an exhibit, please.
That's exhibit 501. That's a driver's license photo?
It is. I do think that it would be appropriate, though, Your Honor, that any identification, IDing information of like where he lives and things like that, we should probably redact that since that should not be.
You just want to do the photograph?
I just want the photograph, yes, sir.
501 is a photo of Carlos Lowe. Redact all the other information. You have a Sharpie or something?
I'll get it done that. I'll
Can you
take
just
care
cut
of
it out?
I could do that.
Just cut the picture out, and the picture's the only thing you want to add.
That is, that's all I want. Thank you, Judge.
Cut it out, put it on a piece of white paper. Give them that, give them a piece of white paper, put it on. Tape it on there.
Thank you, Captain Davis.
All right, you want it, that's 501, it can be passed to the jury. Anything else from the captain? You may have a seat back in there. Call your next witness.
He's in the jail, Ronnie Hay.
He's on standby.
Take 2 minutes. Okay. Let's take it, I'm gonna give you all a 5-minute recess, we're gonna come back into this.
All rise.
Yes, sir.
Why is that, sir?
I got convicted of second-degree murder of Philip C.
Second-degree murder of Philip C.
Yes, sir.
Sir, who's Philip C?
He was my best friend.
Issue over a woman, as I recall. Is that
Yes,
right?
sir.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, jury, it's been mentioned that he's in jail. You're to consider, the only reason that's coming up, you can consider that to determine his credibility. That's the only reason it's relevant. Go ahead.
Mr. Hale, sir, how long were you in custody in Greene County?
I'm thinking a little over 3 years.
In fact, at one time you were represented by Mr. Easton, is that
Yes,
fair?
sir.
And you pled, I forgot, Mr. Hale, do you recall, sir, when you entered your plea?
It was September 6th, I believe,
What year?
25.
Last September.
Yes, sir.
You were charged with first-degree murder, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you entered a plea, you mentioned the second-degree murder.
Yes.
And I was the one that prosecuted you, I guess you remember that.
Yes, sir.
And at some point, Mr. Hale, were you housed with Jordan Allen?
Yes, sir.
Did you come to have certain information about Mr. Allen?
Yes, sir.
Did you immediately make that information known?
No, sir.
Mr. Hale, did I, or did the Office of the District Attorney General make you an offer to resolve your case? Were you made an offer
Oh,
to
yes.
resolve your case?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall what that offer was?
The first one was 52, the second one was 25, and the third one was 20.
Well, let's talk about that first one. Big drop, 52. You were charged with first degree.
Yes, sir.
And you were ultimately, you got it down to 20, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You recall who your attorney was?
Jonathan Cave.
At the time you had that 20-year offer, had you given him any information about what you had learned
No, sir.
concerning Jordan Allen?
Not at all.
At some point, did you decide to tell Mr. Cave about that?
Yes, sir.
Sir, why did you do that?
To get a reduction on my sentence.
You wanted,
And plus,
you-
I thought it was the right thing to do.
Well, but let's be fair, you got a reduction, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
You went from 20, you gave that information to Mr. Cave,
Yes, sir.
and you got 17,
Yes, sir.
and you didn't stop it. Excuse me, you stopped at that point, right?
Yes, sir.
At 17.
Yes.
But the reason you got the 17 was because you told the information.
Yes, sir.
So let's talk about that, let's talk about that information. Do you recall, sir, the identities of the people that you were housed with?
I was housed with Mr. Allen, Carlos Lowe, Robert Knight, and Adam Scott, if I'm remembering correct.
Were y'all in the same actual cell together?
Yes, sir.
Describe this cell, this area, Mr. Hale.
When you walk in the door, you have 2 bunks on the right and 2 on the left.
Are they like bunk beds?
Yes, sir.
One on top of the other? And were you in the cell, sir, were you in the cell with these 3 people at the time you obtained this information about Mr. Allen?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us how you, well, first, can you tell us what you heard? Let me ask it this way. Did Mr. Allen say anything to you directly?
No, sir.
Do you recall, sir, exactly who he was talking to?
Carlos Lowe.
Sir, were they on the same side of the room as you?
Yes, sir,
Or-
they were on the same bunk,
Okay, but they were, okay.
on the opposite side of the room,
Okay, top bunk or the bottom bunk?
top.
Okay. So what did you hear, sir?
He was talking about his case, and I overheard him tell him that he killed his little brother with a screwdriver and his grandmother with a hammer because she had took away his cell phone and wouldn't give it back.
Did he say, now prior to this, Mr. Hale, did you have had anyone made any details known to you about Mr. Allen's case?
No, sir.
Had you read anything in the paper? You have access to the paper down there?
We did, but we don't now.
At the time of this, did you have access to the paper?
Yes, but they scan it, and anybody's case that's in it, Miss Kelly usually takes it out.
Okay. Did you have anybody tell you anything on the phone, on a jail call? Did you know anything about Mr. Allen's case?
No, sir.
Did Mr. Allen say who he killed first?
The grandmother,
And it was over a phone?
over a cell phone,
Did he say why he then killed his little brother?
because he seen it happen. He witnessed him killing the grandmother.
And he's not saying this to you, he's saying this to Mr.
Low.
Lowe.
Yes, sir.
As Mr. Allen is, as you're hearing this, is Mr. Allen, is he remorseful?
No, sir.
Did he say what he did afterwards?
He said he went outside to a vehicle and listened to music.
Did he say for how long?
No, sir.
Mr. Hale, how long did you sit on this information before you came forward?
I'm not sure the approximate time, but it was a while.
May I have 1 second, Your Honor? I think. Mr. Hale, can you tell us exactly where you're serving your sentence?
Whiteville Corrections.
And you still like approximately how, well, sir, you have a release date.
2039.
If you stay out of, if you don't get any write-ups in prison.
Yes, sir.
Make it 2039. They brought you back just for this.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hale, why should they believe you? I mean, you're a convicted killer, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, you play it.
Yes, sir.
Why should they believe you? You and I haven't talked about this part. You and I met.
Yes, sir.
I don't think I've ever asked you this.
No.
Why should anybody believe you, bro?
Why should I have a reason to lie about it? How would I know about the case without having any information if I wouldn't have heard it? And I really don't see nobody making those details up just out of the blue.
Mr. Hale, I thank you for agreeing to come forward and
You're
answer
welcome.
Mr. Eastep's questions.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hill?
Yes, sir.
So, as they stated, you were charged with first-degree premeditated murder
Yes, sir.
originally, correct?
Yes, sir.
Or I'd like to have a certified copy of the indictment in that particular case, Your Honor. I'd like to have Report take judicial notice.
I
of the
move
date
we
of
file the
next
next exhibit, 502, certified copy of Ronald Hill indictment.
And you testified that you believe that you entered a plea on September the 10th. Would August 25th sound a little bit better?
Somewhere around in there. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, again, I have certified copies of his judgment forms.
Is that 2 pages?
It is.
So collective 503, 2-page judgment form of Ronald Hill. Certified copy, judgment. It can be passed to the jury. All right, go ahead.
And this was done with a firearm, was it not?
Yes, sir.
In fact, there was about 10 different entry wounds in Philip C., is that right?
As far as I know, sir.
And it was your friend since elementary school, correct?
Before that. He was 4 and I was 6.
Now, how long were you in a cell with Jordan Allen while you were here in Greene County?
I'm not quite sure on the time period. I'm pretty sure it was a couple of months.
And you're saying in this couple of months that you guys shared a jail cell that he made this statement?
Yes, sir.
And when you made the statement, you made it in the jury deliberation room, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Right after you gave that statement, you came out here and pled to second-degree murder, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you kind of went through it kind of quick, so I'm going to be a little bit more detailed about the statement that you say that Jordan Allen told you, or was said in the cell, okay?
All right.
All right, so in your statement, you said that Jordan had guessed he was too loud about it. You were talking about when he was killing his grandmother. You said that he guessed he was too loud about it because his little brother walked in on him. That's what you said, is that right?
As far as I know.
All right, and then the question was, then he killed Jesse. And then he went outside to listen to music until the cops got there. That's what you said, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Waited for law enforcement to arrive.
I'm supposing.
And that's what Jordan Allen said that fateful day in the jail cell, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're absolutely sure that that's what he said, no question?
Yes, sir.
17 years sure, right?
Yes, sir.
But Jordan wasn't the only inmate that you offered information on, was it?
No, sir.
You offered some on another inmate that was also charged with first-degree murder, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And when you talked about that, you told the folks interviewing that you had heard that information.
Yes, sir.
Through sort of, you didn't say it through the grapevine, but that's what you meant by it.
Yes, sir.
Right? And in your statement, you didn't necessarily call him Carlos Lowe, you called him Pinky.
Yes, sir.
But that's who Pinky is, it's Carlos Lowe, they're one and the same, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And so I've got an exhibit here I'd like to show you, and I believe you'll find a photograph of, who's that?
Carlos Lowe, Pinky.
All right. And he was in the cell, and Jordan was talking to him when you overheard all this, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, if Carlos Lowe comes in here and takes a stand and has something different to say than what you are, what would you say about that?
I can't determine what another person says.
Now, would it surprise you that Jordan Allen has made statements to the TBI in his case? Would it surprise you that he's talked to, that he made statements?
Probably not.
Would it surprise you in his statements to the TBI that he said that Jesse died first instead of Sherry?
That's not what he said when he was talking to Carlos.
Would it also surprise you that this didn't happen inside the home, that it happened outside, that this happened on the outside of the home?
He did not say where it happened when he was talking to Carlos.
Now let's go back. Let's talk about what you said. You said that when he was being too loud about it, and his little brother walked in on him. Those are exactly your words. That's what you said. You already said that
Yeah.
once. Walked in. And then after he said, you say that he killed Jesse, that he went outside. Isn't that right?
To the vehicle.
And one of the things you said in your interviews, you said everybody's got to pay for what they did. Isn't
That
right?
is true.
You didn't pay your fair share, though, did you?
It depends on who you ask.
I reckon so. Now, the district attorney mentioned something about the fact that I represented you earlier.
Yes, sir.
I met with you, and we had a very long talk about the rules of professional conduct, didn't we?
Yes, sir.
And you signed a waiver waiving a conflict, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
You were all fine and dandy, you just came in here to testify to what got you 17 years, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all I have, Mr. Hill.
Yes, sir.
Anything else from him?
Mr. Hale, why did you shoot Fred? I've always wanted to know. You shot him, Mr. Easton said 10 times.
Yes, sir.
Why'd you shoot him?
Well, he pulled a gun on me, but that was not found to be correct in court. I have a bullet lodged in my back right now that says otherwise, but
You emptied out on him.
yes, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm not going to, thank you.
Mr. Hale,
Yes, sir.
now, both of you had Glock 9mm, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
You're very well aware that a Glock 9mm has 3 safeties on it, does it not?
I'm only aware of the trigger safety.
So you're not aware that that you can't, if you drop it, it's not going to fire, and if you depress the top of the slide in any shape, form, or fashion, that weapon will not fire. You're not aware of that.
Oh, I'm aware of that, but I figured safety was only on the trigger. Like,
It's fair enough, just different definitions that we have.
Yeah.
All right, now, isn't it true that your firearm ended up stovepiping? In other words, one of the shells that you fired did not eject, and it was caught in the top slide of the pistol, isn't that right?
yes, sir.
All right, now, and one of the reasons that we believe that happened is because you were so close to Philip that, or it was so close to you that the top of the slide didn't have a chance to fully cycle through to kick that round out, isn't that right?
You say so.
All right, and that, he shot you in the shoulder. You're when they took you to the hospital, it's your, I believe it's your left shoulder blade, isn't that right? Where the
Yes, sir.
slug is, part of the projectile is still in your shoulder?
No, the whole projectile's still in my shoulder. But yes, sir, left shoulder.
Yes, sir. Okay. And you said that Philip was pulling his pistol while he was sitting in a lazy boy chair.
Yes, sir.
And that's when you drew your pistol and discharged it until you couldn't anymore, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
But Philip wasn't done. He kept coming, and you went to strangle him. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And it's somewhere in that struggle that on the 911 tape, it records that shot going off, and you say, and them saying, "Oh gosh, you shot him again," and you yell out, "No, he shot me." Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, sounds like self-defense, and you're saying that instead of putting on proof that he pulled his weapon, that he discharged it into you, that he pulled it first, you decided to take a 17-year deal because you didn't think you could prove that in court, and you thought it was better for you to take a 17-year deal despite having a self-defense claim.
Yes, sir, because I was not thinking, you know, on the pretense of everybody seeing it my way. I didn't trust the evidence. Plus, 52 years is a long time.
It is.
Would you yourself judge on something that you didn't know? Would you bet on something you didn't know?
Well, Mr. Hale, I don't have to answer that question today.
Yeah, you can't answer a lawyer question, they asked you a question.
Sorry about that.
Mr. Hale?
Anything else from Mr. Hale?
I don't have anything for Mr. Hill. I do need to have a bench meeting with council unless they're free.
Oh, no regret.
Is the jury here?
I don't need him.
Anything, are there any other witnesses today for the state?
The only thing we have left is the pathologist deposition,
And that's about an hour,
roughly, not hardly.
and it's a video, gonna be played, and then that is the state gonna arrest after that.
Strong possibility.
Strong possibility. And then, so, that's where we are. So we're gonna play that video, it's the autopsy video, and it'll be about an hour tomorrow morning. We're gonna play it tomorrow morning, so.
It doesn't show an actual autopsy, it's just the pathologist testifying.
Pathologist, yeah, it's a doctor talking. So we'll do that tomorrow morning, so don't research anything, don't look on the TV tonight and try to live stream something